How you doing today? Welcome in. This is The Purge, and I am the Rap Daddy. I will be taking care of each and every single one of you today. We got a lot to get to, so let's get a couple more people in here today. And I got a confession to make right out of the gate. I got pissed today. It's taking me about a year to get where I can finally fix my guitar. You see, it's not hanging on the wall. I took it to the guy. And I could solder it myself, but I wanted to have him do it, and so it was worth paying the $40. And I took it over there, and I'm like, it goes red, black, this way, boom, boom. Had the ground wire taped off. And he's like, oh, the ground wire goes here. The ground wire goes here. And I'm like, I don't know. You're the pro, do it. Here's the money. I gave him money up front. And then he does it wrong. He does it where it's the wire, when it goes in, blocks the wire from going in because he grounded it to the connecting. So I'm like, it's fine, you know, just whenever it's ready, let me know when it's right. I left my amp there, left my cord there. And he's like, well, you know, I'm not the one who did it wrong. I'm like, dude, all you had to do was just look it up to how to do it right. And he got all mouthy, and I was just like, you know, Jesse Shule, you know. This is my Thailand soul. Welcome to The Purge, everybody. Are we purging? We are purging. Alright, we got all the folks up in here. Angel, D, Jesse, sure what? And, yeah, so, it's just like, and then he talked more, and I'm like, just don't say anything when I walk out the door. Okay. You know, I like this guy, and, I have it in D tuning right now, but I can play, Aqualung. Sun-seeking cold, an old man wandering. It's like E. Not sounding very good. What did you do? An old man wandering lonely. I met Jethro Tull at when I worked at Clear Beach Hotel. Ian, is it Anderson? Came in, and man, they were old then. That was in. I saw them play though at Lakeland Civic Center back in the day. And excuse me, I've been drinking Monster. Today's show brought to you by Pink Drink. You know, I've been waiting for this one. I had one already, but, you know, I cheated on you guys. Hi, Swap Bros. Leslie and Billy, welcome in. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay, so, yeah, I noticed that it does make the lips a little sticky. I noticed in the last live, it's kind of gross. But we'll try to avoid that. Tony's here. And he's cool with you guys today so far. Don't piss him off. And yeah, no, so I'm over it. We'll get the guitar back. I texted him and said I remembered ground wire is supposed to be taped off. Just do the two red, the black. It's fine. It'll work. Oh, Lord. Anyway, so hopefully, you know, Twiz. I'm not going to put up with it. Yeah, I started out listening to Ernie and Bert album, and then I had the Carpenters, and then my buddy got me into the, how's it going? That Blizzard of Oz album. I'm that good that it's gonna get me copyright strike. Somebody tried to get me to play flamenco last time. I've lost it all. I need to. Well, I'm not inspired to play the acoustic. So I was very excited. I guess maybe it's just more disappointment in not being able to pick up my guitar today, but it's okay. I'll get my Les Paul out soon. I'll have the Jackson, and I'll start playing at the bar there. Anyway, so. My offspring to school. Oh, it's early morning over there in Perth, huh? That was a song we had with my buddy passed away. But yeah, I've played it before. It burn, burn, burn. It burns when I pee. I don't know how we came up. There's a delay in my headphones. Anyway, welcome to The Purge. I am KB, your host, and Rad Daddy, of course. So let's get things underway. I have a nice little schmeal for you to watch today, and we're going to do that first. And then I got Mews. So let's get right to it. See if I can get the audio working on it this time.
Dawson, I'm sleeping. What are you doing here with a suitcase?
Me and my dad got into a big fight, and we decided it's best if I just move into your house for the summer.
Oh no, what happened?
He doesn't let me watch my horror movies anymore, which he knows that I love. And he made me go to bed super, super early last night. 11:30.
You're kidding. It's summer break.
Oh, no, I'm not kidding. And now I'd rather just live with you. You're so fun. You're so nice. You have no structure, no rules. You let me do whatever I want. And he works me to death.
What does he make you do?
He makes me fold my laundry and clean my room every single day.
No way.
Yeah. Yes way.
Dawson, I don't think he really wants you to live with me. I think that this is just a test.
No, it's not! You guys ready for some food? So, tonight we got chicken backs, and we're gonna start with Shay. Next, Maya. We got Oliver. And we got Graybird.
Pitbull Hippopotamus is drooling at the jowls right now.
We got Ivy. We got Marley. We got Callie, can you catch?
in the car. 785.
785.
Drive. DRY.
DRY is the plate.
35
$5 ghost disturbance fee? Where are you? Float your translucent ass back out here right now.
What do you do if you don't like your roommates? Oh, Maddie? Oh, okay.
What are you asking for?
I need organic grass-fed steak with the bone in, but vegan.
Yeah, there is no bone.
I need the bone in it for this recipe to marinate with the.
That's not how the vegan part works. It defeats the whole purpose. But is there anything else?
Okay.
I can show you where the.
Yeah, do you have organic beer? At least.
No, just like this.
You don't have organic. This is Whole Foods.
I know.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for nothing.
G is full of eggs, or an alligator. G is full of something. Look at this son of a gun.
Awesome setup. Look at here. Bags unsealed. Unsealed evidence bags. Open bags. No labeling. That's a big no-no. There's no crime scene evidence tape on that at all. So you're going to watch this area, okay? This is them going up the stairs, because I'm just showing you again, because I know it's a little hard to see sometimes. They go up the stairs. They're chitty-chatting. Now watch this person over here in the stairwell. Somebody's over there. They just took that booty off. Did you see that? Okay, so that blue booty just came off, and he's putting the blue booty on over here, leaning his butt up against the wall. Okay, she's got one arm, but we're just gonna step all over the ground. Like, I don't understand what they think the booties are for. It's like they think it's to protect their feet.
I know, right?
Don't die. Be careful.
Holy.
Yo, KB, is that the name you claim? Rolling through genres, let me play this game. Rap like a madman, Eminem with the slang, spitting bars so sharp like a rap hangman. From YouTube fame to Idaho's wild ride, you're breaking it down, putting truths aside. Kane B got the purge, no doubt he's the king, breaking down the case like a YouTube machine. Kane B the purge, bringing heat in the booth. Facts on the table, there's no room for proof. Throwing down lyrics while the world's watching. Is it guilty or free? That's the question we're knocking. Kane B the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's letting go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Here's my bubblegum pop, you ready or not? Kane B's in the mix with the case so hot. Rap, rock, pop, he's switching it up. Dancing through the genres like a YouTube cup. Got Kane B, the purge, putting the story in flow. Breaking it down with humor, watch the case blow. Boom, Kane B's riding with electric groove. Breaking it down, yeah, he's on the move. He's got the purge, so come and watch him reign. Sipping on knowledge like it's truth on a train. Kane B the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. just disappear in the air. Now here I am, R&B vibes on deck. Let's get a little smooth, but don't forget, I'm bringing humor, I'm bringing the sound, but this case got us all spinning round. KB with the truth is hard to ignore, like waiting for that next chapter in the lore. It's hard to ignore, like waiting for that next chapter in the lore.
Woohoo! All right, everybody, welcome in. Thanks for being here. Yeah, good timing on that. Nothing half-ass. What's up, West H? We got Mommy Ball in the house. Appreciate you guys being here today. And there's so much, I don't even know how far we're going to get. This is going to be the best purge ever, though, for sure. I don't even know where to start. There's a lot of Tampa Bay. Once again, thank you for indulging me on that. But I think you'll see why when we play Tampa Bay Mews first, I think. Let's see what we got here. So this is for everybody that's been so patiently following along. And I was working on a... oh, I'm really loud. A meter, a JJ nerding out meter. We try to slow him down on some of his explanations, but we appreciate it. We love him. We love hearing him. But this is the Iran-Contra affair there. The Iran-Contra. If you remember back in the 80s there, 81 to 86, they were... I'll just read it. As Iran was subject to an arms embargo at the time of the scandal, the sale of arms was deemed illegal. The administration hoped to use proceeds of the arms sale to fund the Contras, an anti-Sandinista rebel group in Nicaragua. And so they were basically selling weapons to Iran despite the November 1979, after Iranian students stormed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran and took 52 Americans hostage, U.S. President Jimmy Carter put the arms embargo in place. And in 80, Iraq invaded Iran, and Iran desperately needed weapons to defend itself. So what you had was a giant cover-up and a lot of lies. And I think there's one more little graphic here that'll help you. As far as what you'll see is just people just when the spotlight is showing on them, they started pointing fingers, and one after the other started falling. And eventually, when Bush became president, he pardoned all the people that were implicated in it. And so what we believe is that the Pharisee continued on and on and on, and it just goes on and on and on and on without any repercussions. What's up, Dan? How you doing? Nice to see you. Yeah, that's exactly what we have here with Pain and Balance and all these people that can't remember what they did yesterday. I don't remember what I had for lunch yesterday. There's JJ. Welcome in, JJ. Good to see you. All right, so that's just to get them started there. I'm going to make a JJ meter, and we'll take it from there. Okay. So the next one is me. All right. So we've all seen the terrible events that have been happening in California and Chicago, across the country now. Let me start with this one, I believe, here. So No King's Day protests are scheduled for Saturday. And so they are going to go on across the country protesting and burning the American flag and stopping traffic, as there are in LA. And so, in another sweeping move, Ron DeSantis says Floridians have the right to hit protesters with their cars. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said Floridians have a right to hit protesters with their cars if they need to flee for your safety. DeSantis was speaking to the Rubin Report on Wednesday when he said, we also have a policy that if you're driving on one of those streets and a mob comes and surrounds your vehicle and threatens you, you have the right to flee for your safety. And so if you drive off and you hit one of these people, that's their fault for impinging on you. DeSantis' comments come ahead of the No Kings protest plan. We have, I think, had a little bit over there at USF as far as protests go. Anyway, on another note, from what I understand, okay.
You might know Harbor Freight for affordable.
Sorry. Oh, that's got to be Lucy. Here we go. Oh, okay. Amazing. All right. So, what was I saying? That's that. And then, this is going to sound, I can hear it before I even say it, kind of thing, but I'm pretty sure at this point, thank you, Miss Potts. I've been going through Potts withdrawals. I've texted Lucy Morningstar in her dark lair. I don't know if she's got them all. That I'm going through Potsy withdrawals. I am probably the biggest Potts head this side of the Mississippi. And so I hope you're getting finished up over there. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. You work so hard and deal with a lot, I'm sure, to your money. So it's a nice camera from Typically Unique has had some nice weather, and it's hard to picture her out there in the 80-degree weather working on her yard right now, but she's doing it after seeing it buried in snow for so long. But she's been out there plugging away on it. But here, okay, I'm just gonna say it. I told Lucy about this, kinda, not a full thing, but True Crime X, thank you for being here. I really enjoy having you in here. I'm glad you're here. Not you, Jesse. Get out of here, Thailand. I'm just kidding. Jesse, you can come up and talk to us if you want to get really confused today. If you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, that's a philosophy that we have here, then you don't understand it yourself. So you have a very good point, and we're trying to focus in and narrow it down and get to all of the... I need a party. Yay, Lucy's juicy joke. I explain it. Yeah, so that... The video in the thing where I said this is Lucy Morningstar, that was a video, and I'm going to play the song probably a little on our break later, if I give JJ a break today. I don't know. I don't really have enough hula burgers after the whole guitar fiasco to pay him, so we'll see. But no, anyway, so, alright, here it is. I'll just get it out. I'm pretty sure that they are beaming dreams and thoughts into my head because, okay, I had this vivid dream. Let me try. For some reason, I was in a parking garage, right? And I'm with a group of friends, and it just felt like a normal day. Very real dream. Lucid dream, I guess you'd call it. And then this girl comes up to my car, and she's like talking to me and Kane and blah, 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 blah. And she's like at my window, and I kissed her. I just kissed her. I was like, it was just as much stomach butterflies as if you are kissing a girl. I'm sure at this point is my pillow. I'm found sound asleep. And so she's like, oh. And she was just very pretty. She looked like Sloane Peterson from... Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Okay, and so let me get this queued up here. Hold on, guys. Tough crowd. Okay, let me get this out here. All right, and so let me see if I can get it right. Right here, about here. This okay. Well, hold on. All right, without the mole. Well, I'll start with this one. This is the first thing, because, you know, I'm doing the Idaho4 from the second I get up to the second I go to bed, right? And I swear, and so, okay, so the rest of the dream was, I kissed her, we hit it off, whatever, and then we go to her, so let's go to my apartment. So we go to her apartment, her roommates are there, she got 3 roommates. We talk to them, we send them on their way. When we walk into the apartment, there's 12 beds. I keep having these dreams with multiple beds in rooms. It's weird, but it was like 12 single beds. It was like a Heaven's Gate kind of feels. I'm just going to tell you this. And then, I guess there was like this gigantic bar was the living room. It was empty. And so we start fooling around. And it got pretty, like, I'm not going to get into it. It got graphic. And then she said the weirdest thing. She's, okay, oh wait, let me show you the picture. This is, okay, so anyway, we're fooling around, all this stuff happening. And then, you know, she was very strikingly pretty. And the first thing I said, like, who was that? I recognize that face. And I'm like, it's Sloane Peterson from Fast Times. I don't know if I had some, you know, maybe from watching a thing. And this one looks a little more without the mole, like she did right there. Can you see the first one? I don't know if you can see it. And so the very first thing I saw was this video, and I'm like, holy shit, that was what was in my dream. Because you know how, like, you have a lot of times we'll be talking to Rockford, and stuff you'll be talking about will come up on my phone. Alright, now I'm literally crazy. Thank you, Lucy. I appreciate you being here today. Alright, let's get to Tampa Bay. Mews. Pinellas Park man arrested after arranging rideshare. Okay, when I hit pause, it means pause. After arranging rideshare for teens to travel across Florida to meet him. It's funny in the news now because they just say cops. Usually here they said police, but they just say cops said. Which I'm like, don't they get upset by that? A Pinellas Park man was arrested after police said he arranged a rideshare. Pinellas Park Police Department said detectives executed a search warrant at 50-year-old Bruce Higgins' apartment located at 3145 Grand Avenue on Tuesday. Police said Higgins was being investigated in an ongoing lewd and lascivious case involving a 16 and 17-year-old. And here he is. And I was trying to remember, did I deliver to this guy? Was I in that neighborhood? I don't know. But there he is. And he had some speed for whoever he was trying to lure down here from Daytona. Higgins was taken into custody on Tuesday and charged with 2 counts. Using a computer or electronic device to solicit or lure a child, unlawful use of a two-way communication device, and traveling to meet a minor, and he was also trafficking that stuff. So, that one happened. And then more Mews. Let's see here. We got, okay, this is Food Mews. Poblano's is like one, it's not a fancy Mexican restaurant, but it's a nice one that we have here. And there was one in Palm Harbor, and JJ might be disappointed to hear this because he loves pancakes, and there's no doubt about it. There's no two ways. What's up, they live? You know Rochelle? Nice to see you guys. And it's going to replace a Village Inn over there. And so they're expanding Poblano's, and it's going to be in Largo here. So it'll be a little closer. And you can see the delicious margaritas and nachos that they serve there. So that will be exciting. Moving on. Alright, this is going to play a dumb video. I'm just going to play it. This police officer just was transferred down here from New York to Florida. And eventually this ad will end. And he encountered a baby alligator.
You have big teeth. I have tiny fingers.
He's got little penis. He's so cute. Oh
Okay.
my god. Okay.
Alright, no wait, let's talk about how we're gonna do this.
If he starts moving, do not drop him. Yeah, do not drop the game.
Okay, you'll take him
I
back?
will drop you if you drop the game.
You'll take him back?
I will take him back.
Okay. So listen, this
He's
is
just
what,
hissing a little bit. It's fine.
oh, that's great. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah?
I'm gonna take, so my left hand's gonna go with your right-handed, okay? And then I'm gonna go to that one, okay?
Okay.
Let me do it my own. And there's so much bite force, okay? Wait.
See that red tape around the mouth? He has 0 bite force.
Slowly. Listen. Mr. Gator. Don't hurt me.
Hold on.
Ah! Oh god! Oh my god, why?
Okay, are you okay?
Yes.
Hold it. Hold him tight.
Take a picture. Take a picture of me for the love of God. Alright, do a good pose.
Alright, give him back if you want to.
Alright, take him. Ah! Oh god!
Worth the wait. Okay, here we go. Mews. This one is great. I don't want you to read that title yet. That's her. I hope you didn't see that. So, this is a great article, by the way. I would scream like that. So, you know, sometimes you hear crazy stories about teachers doing totally inappropriate things. Well, get this. This Florida teacher, Oliver Fell, has gotten herself in some seriously hot water. Apparently, she was texting a teen student about how she wanted to taste him. Like, seriously, what was she thinking? The mom of a Florida boy who allegedly received a nude Snapchat from his teacher says school officials branded him a liar and suspended him while the teacher kept her job. Beverly Hernandez claims administrators at Haley Middle School in Bradenton, a city south of Tampa, failed to protect their son from his teacher. Not only was I disappointed that a teacher that was put there to protect my child was grooming him, I'm more disappointed they inflicted more trauma by calling him a liar. By him thinking he was doing the right thing and speaking up, they retaliate against him. The boy's teacher, Fell, 28, turned herself into authorities on June 2nd. She's been charged with lewd contact and not looking good. There was a time. So, Othram Labs is, I guess, here and also in St. Petersburg. In 2024, the St. Petersburg Police Department and the District 6 Medical Examiner's Office partnered with Othram, a forensic laboratory based in the Woodlands, Texas, to identify a skull that had been separated from other skeletal remains sometime after 1980. Because the skull's origin and context were unclear, forensic evidence was sent to Othram to determine if advanced DNA testing and forensic genetic genealogy could assist in the identification. Othram scientists developed a DNA extract from the skull and used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile. Othram's in-house forensic genetic genealogy team used the profile to perform genealogical research and generate a new investigative lead. With this information, investigators conducted follow-up inquiries that led to potential relatives. So no telling whether they used 23andMe as a client or how they did it. So they figured out it was this Richard Murrell. And Murrell died August 3rd, 1980, when his car went off the Howard Franklin Bridge. And they never knew who it was. He was decapitated. While all of his remains were initially recovered, it is unclear on how or where the skull became separated. The identification of Joseph Murrell marks the 42nd case in Florida in which Othram's technology has helped identify an individual, visit DNA Solves. And I'll put a link to that if you would like to check it out. There we go. Alright. Nice. Here we go. Alright. Mews. Next. I'm just going to skip this one. We got a lot to do. As you can see. This is, I think, the first time that I ever had more in Mews than I had in my reel, which was I had to cut Rockford's song almost in half. Tampa police search for bank robbery suspect who fled on an e-bike. So he went in there, but this is the first I've heard of it. And you can, if you have a planned route, I suspect that you could easily ditch anybody that was chasing you by going through buildings or these type of things. He approached the teller with bandana and sunglasses. He put the money in a garbage bag and then fled on his e-bike. So that's the first I've heard of that. It may happen in Cleveland twice a day. But, hi, Tar. We're purging, Tar. We're purging. Yeah, it'd be nice to have Miss Potts. Miss Potts is under no contractual obligation, just like JJ is, unfortunately. And Jenn will be here later. Twiz is watching. It is time. This is what I should have titled this live. Prosecutors rebuff Kohberger's ask to delay Idaho trial. It is time to try this case. The defendant was arrested in late December 2022 and was indicted in May of 23. Lead prosecutor Bill Thompson wrote in a legal brief posted Tuesday. Make sure I got the browser open. It's the same link, JJ, we're almost there. Drunk was yesterday. He had some dumb opining about Brian. No, I don't need to. I can't watch that anymore. It is time to try the case. So Kohberger's defense attorney asked last month to postpone the trial. Now I was watching Swamp Rose though, and she was playing some Drunk Turkey on there, and they were talking about WSQ Kim Mom. But one thing she said was that there were several leaks. They didn't come from law enforcement. And anyway, it remains to be seen how Hitler will react. I'll check the documents to see if he has here in a moment. But, yeah, they're opposing his delay. They want to get it over there. I personally feel we're going to get 90 days, at least for them, to get their case in order, which would be fair. That seems right. But, you know, in these things, they tend to go a lot longer. This one's for JJ, and this is a weird story. New donut shop closes after being open for just 3 days. So I guess this is in South Florida there. I guess the owners got in an argument on opening day, and it was unresolvable, and so they decided to close it down 3 days later. Anyway, those donuts look good. I went to Rockstar Donuts, which is right next door. He started a few of these fancy donut shops, and I was like, I'll go in there. I'll be honest with you, I got an old-fashioned is my favorite, and I had the best old-fashioned I've ever had. Anyway, but I like apple fritters also as well. And they had an apple fritter. It was $4.50 for one apple fritter. I almost fell out of my chair. This No Frills Cafe in Florida has a French dip or French toast so good it's worth a road trip. And I thought JJ might like this place here. He likes breakfast a lot. And I was going to take a picture of it, but I made I like scrambled eggs, and so I made a big pan of a dozen scrambled eggs and an onion and some pepperoni in there. About a third a stick of butter, quarter stick of butter, and then some hamburger. And I had this blue cheese fancy hamburger already cooked up, so I threw that. That's how I started my day. That was very nice. I like these kind of diner style places, very casual. And that's their menu right there if you want to pause and read. Alright, let's keep moving. A 9-year-old girl allegedly bitten by a 7-foot bull shark off Boca Grande. And it always puzzles me how these sharks make these perfect bites out of these. I mean, the bull sharks are crazy. They just bite anything. It looks like it was a pretty nasty scene there. But she was rushed over here to Tampa after getting bit in Boca Grande. I thought Boca Grande was on the East Coast, so why they'd fly her here, I don't know. But no, wild, pretty wild. Alright, let's keep moving. Latah County Sheriff's Office. Thanks for Heather for this one. And Annie Potts. Latah, where's my thing? Latah County Sheriff's Office jail transitioning. Look out, JJ. To a court holding and booking facility. Local inmates will be incarcerated in Lewiston. So that's pretty wild. I don't know how close. It's a town over, right? Lewiston, south or north, south. So they're not going to be holding people overnight. They'll be held for court appearances or whatever from now on. The issue began last fall when the jail in Moscow failed inspection. The facility was trusted in 1972 and no longer meets jail standards. The old jail would cost Latah $13 million. Officials say the renovations would only make the jail viable for another 5 to 10 years. Building a new jail would cost about the same as the upgrades. So I guess what they're going to choose. So sometime before October, this will go into effect. At this point, it's not going to affect Cobra. There's I don't know if you can hear the lightning in the background. I can't. There's a lot of weather happening out here. You can't really. It's kind of blown out. But anyway, yeah, we've been having. I was wondering. That's why I wanted to start a little earlier. Yeah, a lot of Bradenton news actually today. Man passed away in fall after being removed from plane. This is a wild story. A man fell to his hours after being escorted off a plane in Turkey after getting into a row with flight staff over wanting more alcohol, as an inquest has heard. Ben Crook, 32, lived in Atal. Why can't there be any easy words today? On September 24th, celebrated his birthday, but got separated from his partner and her children after the argument. Girlfriend? When do they start using partner? Yeah, I broke the blind, so now it's all weird back there. Okay, so here's what's weird. After a fall from a height, which is a weird description, he passed away after a fall from a height, and coroner Caroline Saunders concluded there was no evidence of third-party involvement or that he jumped. It was an accident. A postmortem. He was a nervous flyer and started, drinking before he left his house. And he was buying alcohol in the duty-free shop. So, evidence from Mr. Crook's partner, Jess Jenkins, said he became a little difficult as the flight went on and started shouting at a male steward, demanding he obtain more alcohol. He ended up breaking both their phones, and was escorted off the plane when they landed. The court heard he tried to contact Miss Jenkins and his father while in Turkey after borrowing a phone from a couple he met. I would not loan him my phone. But those messages were not sent until after he passed. The couple were later tracked down by Mr. Crook's family, who said he was pretty shaky and possibly hungover. And they last saw him walking off across the harbor. Miss Saunders said it was then unclear where Ben went and why, but it was about 18:30. Is that 6:30? He suffered from a fall on Cumhuriyet Street in Antalya and was seen by unidentified witnesses. Said it was an accident. It was a freak accident. He was smoking and he fell, and there was some question about him being drunk or dizzy. So, that's me. Alright. Metallica's Robert Trujillo and Kirk Hammett cover Pull the Plug by a Death in Tampa. So they had a big show on Friday and Sunday. They took a day off, and they had not been to Tampa in quite a long time. And so I did not know about their bass player. He was the bass player for Suicidal Tendencies, and also the other band that they had. So I didn't realize that he had done all that before. Anyway, let me close this. You guys are tough today. All right. This is another guy who I just found it amazing that all these traffic stops they keep doing and pulling up these huge scores on these people. It makes me wonder. I mean, this is like every week. You have a dealer getting popped just driving, and a traffic stop along U.S. Highway 95 in Lewiston resulted in the arrest of an Orofino man on multiple felony charges with amphetamines, hydrocodone, and loaded firearm were discovered in his possession, according to court records. On Saturday evening, an ISP trooper observed a northbound Chevrolet Tahoe reportedly traveling above the posted speed limit near milepost 310 in Lewiston. The vehicle allegedly failed to yield immediately after emergency lights were activated, and the Tahoe continued through an intersection and allegedly weaved along the fog line for an unusually long amount of time before coming to a stop. The driver was identified as 63-year-old Arthur Charles Eckerman of Orofino. A female passenger was also in the vehicle. According to a probate case affidavit, both occupants showed physical signs consistent with use a drug detection canine from Nez Perce County Sheriff. Oh, that's where I'm sorry, they're going to go to Nez Perce. No, they're going to Lewiston. Who knows where they're going to go? A drug detection. During the search, the Tahoe troopers found a loaded Ruger and a pipe and a duffel bag in the seat containing 3 separate bags of the suspected substance. One of the bags allegedly weighed 16.8 grams. So it'll be interesting to see, I guess, if this is the catch and release thing again. They were transported to Nez Perce jail. Was charged, possession, attempt to sell, probably all that stuff. Gillette man to face attempted murder charges for stabbing brother-in-law 8 times at the Motel 6. I just thought I'd mention this. Former Gillette High School track coach will return to Washington State to face an attempted first-degree charge for allegedly stabbing his brother-in-law multiple times. Thomas Krogman, 68, told the judge Tuesday that he won't fight extradition to Clarkston, Washington, where he's accused of it. And stabbing him in the lobby of the Motel 6. He was arrested at his home. He's accused of driving to the Motel 6 2 days earlier and stabbing his brother-in-law, 72-year-old Daniel Henry, 8 times in the face, chest, and abdomen. Krugerman appeared before Campbell County Circuit Court Judge Paul Phillips on Tuesday morning for an identification hearing. He sat at the defendant's table in a jail-issued orange jumpsuit and handcuffs. No suit for him. At the start of the hearing, Worthween told the judge his client planned to waive his extradition rights that he'd previously declined to do at his initial court hearing. So, he'll be detained. Interesting. State Attorney General steps into Clearwater Scientology issues. So, Clearwater Mews. And so the Church of Scientology has been locked in a tug-of-war over a portion of roadway in downtown Clearwater ever since city leaders voted in March to tentatively approve selling the land to the church. The church withdrew its request to purchase the city-owned street in May after a group offered. So it goes to show you they want to own everything. They want to own the sidewalk that you walk on, the road that you drive on, and then it's all theirs. And it's just like they have their own city right here within the middle of Clearwater, which is nuts. Anyway, so first physical proof of advanced civilization found in 140,000-year-old sunken city. I thought this was interesting. This is a graphic here, but we've seen this before, like the Bimini Road and that type of thing. Picture a vast, forgotten world engulfed by tide and times. Its secret hidden silt and sand. By silt and sand. A lost world and civilization, an old ecosystem. And so this goes back 140,000 years. It's in the Orient there. And that is what you can see if you go there, I guess. This is more realistic of a view. But look at it. They had stairs, just like in it. They had a handrail. And then you can see they had like these arched structures here coming up. Like a wedding steeple or whatever. So very advanced for 140,000 years ago. Is there something they're not telling us? I don't know. Alright, so let's see. Okay, yeah, let me pause this here real quick. So I guess there's a new TikTok door kicking trend. And we know at first it started with the knock and run, and then now I'm just going to keep it muted, but they'll show you here. This is what they're doing. So kids are putting their lives at risk, doing things to terrify you, and it just keeps escalating. So wow. Is almost over. America's friendliest cities include 2 Idaho locations, but I like to but not Boise. It's like, okay, fine. We didn't want to be included anyway. And so the top 10 cities, which struck me as wild: Morristown, Tennessee; Thomasville, Georgia; Columbia, Tennessee; Rome, Georgia; Aiken, South Carolina; Sanford, North Carolina; Temple, Texas; Greer, South Carolina; Conway, South Carolina; and Hilo, Hawaii. I'm going to tell you that about 75% of those cities are places you couldn't pay me to go, but maybe they're nice. At 127 was Lewiston in Idaho, and then number 116 was Pocatello, Idaho. Just so you know, there it is. There's a twist map for you. Alright, so feds take over manhunt for Washington father accused of taking out his 3 young daughters. Where have we heard this before? After law enforcement officers spent days scouring a remote section of Washington state for a man accused of it, the sheriff leading the manhunt turned the search over to the Fed. Since last week, the search for Travis Decker, still breathing air, has covered hundreds of square miles by air, land, and sea. And so I don't know if it's in this article. There's the beautiful kids, man. What a scumbag. They have, I don't know if it's in this article or not, they have footage of him on one of their spy cameras that they have for the government now. There we go. Alright, there's the contract. Okay, so this one is, I believe, oh no. There it is, okay. From Rochelle, and she informed me of this original article, I guess, from John Yang. Let me read what she wrote. The article talks about other college kids being taken out the same night as the Idaho4. At the end of the article, it says the 4 kids in Moscow were shot. The article was from November 14th, 2022. And overnight students were urged to shelter in place during an intense manhunt. Some slept in libraries. That was somewhere else. She didn't give me the full article, and I apologize, but darn it, Rochelle. No. Thank you for this. Across the country at the University of Idaho in Moscow, another shelter-in-place order lasted 15 minutes Sunday after 4 students were found shot to death in a home near campus. Officials are releasing little information in that case. Both events are a grim reminder of the nation's epidemic of gun violence. So this was PBS, my daughter's station that she owns there. Just kidding. Let's see, is it? Yep, Lucy Minister. Here we go. What time is it? We're already at 8 o'clock, so it looks like Jenn will be joining us around 9. Which is fine. That's fine. Okay, and last one from Mews. There's that shirt I like again. It keeps popping up. They must like. I'm not gonna show because they keep having like graphic. I mean, I've shown tons of explosions, but this particular flight was headed from India to London, and there's something chilling apparently about the last words of the pilot. I don't know what they were. I didn't open that article for us to view. Hold on. Let me just skip this ad real quick and I'll show you. The last thing I need is more YouTube scrutiny. So I apologize. I will put the link here for you guys if you'd like to see it. It's something blowing up. Unfortunately, it is a Boeing Dreamliner 787, and I think they just recently. I'm sorry, did I miss a question? Started using, and it was supposed to be this great plane, and so here it literally just takes off, and then just starts losing altitude right at takeoff, and then you just see this huge explosion. So there's this is a little bit more of a better view, and then there's all kinds. I'm sure you've already seen plenty of that going around, and that is Mews. Alright, so let's see what we got today. I have still on deck all the work that Trish helped me out with last week that Jenn and JJ were so on fire talking that I didn't get to read it, so I wanted to do a part 2 tonight. So thanks for joining me for that, everybody. I appreciate being here. Thank you for the very generous donation super chat there, Miss Potts. I appreciate it so much. And Let me see if I can. What did I just say? See? I can't even remember what I had for lunch yesterday. I know. I'm never going to forget those eggs that I made today. They were really good. The key is the onion. You don't even have to use salt. You don't need... Everybody puts a... One thing you do need with eggs, though, is just a little of that Louisiana hot sauce, and you're good. You're good to go. I'm telling you that right now. Alright, so, yeah, JJ, you're welcome to join me if you would like, and whenever you're ready, sir. Only in Florida on YouTube. Gen X chart? What is this? This is funny. Okay, here, I'll show you this real quick. In 1979, your Gen X chart, you had long hair. In 2020, you were longing for hair. In 1979, you had a keg. In 2020, you got an EKG. Acid rock, acid reflex, seeds and stems, fiber. Hoping for a BMW. In 2020, hoping for a BM. Going to a new hip joint, getting a new hip joint. Rolling Stones, kidney stones, disco, Costco, whatever, depends. That's pretty good. That's what he said. Hold on here. Let's see. How did I know the 7 minutes is coming? How did I? It's a wild guess. All right, let's see what else I have here. What was the other thing? Oh, right. Let me get that pulled up for us here. There it is. Okay. Truth, don't. What is it? This is a letter. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so I wanted to talk about the timeline. And let me just read what she put together for us, guys. Thank you, Trish, for this. I really appreciate it. And Gigi had some nice stuff to also move us along in this one. And we got to a little bit of that. I didn't really get to read this. So the probable cause affidavit. DM reports she heard noises between 4 and 4:17. Including someone crying. A male voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," and a thud. She opened her door multiple times, and on the final time, she saw a man dressed in black. After seeing him, she went into frozen shock phase and locked herself in her room. And I don't even think that I even need to elaborate on that. It's just... Looking back, it's literally a punchline at this point. So, no mention of DM calling 911 or seeking help right after the incident. The 911 call was placed. And so I keep referring back to Euphoric's awesome video where... Oh, I lost my thing. Where he showed a sheriff's, I think it was a ISP officer, at 7:30 a.m. speeding towards either Walinda or King Road, one way or another, at 7, and then coincidentally, here again, oops, the Linda Lane dumpster footage, which would have shown him speeding by, which way he went, was coincidentally out for 13 seconds. So I just want to keep that in mind. That for a fact, in my opinion, law enforcement knew about this whole thing way before noon. That's at least 4 hours. David Boyd, welcome, and Grateful Pez. What was it? The reading Kane bow. That's good. I like that. You can call me Jordy. All right. Contradiction. If DM heard and saw a masked man leaving, how did somebody put it today? Okay, so yeah, it was Trish. She was talking about, I guess she had a friend that didn't get Narcan in time, and unfortunately, prayers out to this girl. She is in a coma or something. She was talking about on her live, but she started talking about it. It was very, very astute observation that in these times in a college or anywhere that you go, your first reaction when you see somebody passed out, when the paramedics come, if there's nobody around to tell them otherwise, they're going to use the, what is that thing, Narcanol or Narcanan or whatever, and try to revive you with that, just because that's the most deadly possibility or whatever. What's up, Scott? Hello, very nice to see you. Malkin Betsy, welcome in. Thanks for staying up late with us tonight. Sorry I got a little bit of a late start. I was telling the story earlier about my guitar. I'll get to that later. And so it's extremely irresponsible if you see somebody laying face down to just walk on and move on, because you could have helped them, you could have saved them at that point for whatever reason. I mean, we know that it was a butcher shop in there, and we know that she knew, and I know that you know that I know that you know what she saw, and that she's full of it. And they tried to rearrange her story to make something called Narcan, the something believable out of the whole thing is all I can think. But that failed miserably, and now we know for a fact that they're all big fat frickin' liars, and I think we're only touching the surface of their BS at this point. So for them to be pushing for the trial to happen now, it strikes me as a little bit odd. I think that they just want to ride the wave of whatever momentum that they think they have, that they've created with this Dateline BS, and is all I could think. You know, imagine if they had done this trial and they'd done it right there in the beginning in May or whatever it was. I mean, they would have probably been able to hoodwink a lot of people, you know. Even I, in the beginning, was like, oh, they got the guy. Okay, it's, you know, case over. And then, you know, Lucy the Dark One literally spent 3 days convincing me, and I was finally like, okay, I get it. And then, on that Thought Riot show there, we convinced them because they believed it also. And it was like a month before they were like, holy crap, this is all bullshit. And then they really started deep dive analysis. You guys remember, most of you were there. Contradiction. The PCA contradicts these early public statements. It reveals that Xana was awake, had defensive wounds, and had a delivery from DoorDash at 4 a.m. This suggests the survivor and roommates were not asleep the entire time, and police either withheld or misrepresented that detail for weeks. Section 3. This is so well put together. Thank you so much. Digital forensic and activity timelines. Newark reading the reading Kane bow. I gotta unpin that. Just making me laugh. Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate you hitting the like. It's right over there. Just tap that for me one time. And if you're new to the Purge, hit that subscribe button. On we go. Digital forensics and activity timelines. Newer court filings show DM and what was it? Killen and Dethany had phone activity between 2 and 5 a.m., including Snapchat messages, texts, app usage, app deletions, and more. DM's phone reconnects to the Wi-Fi and is active, contradicting any assumption that she was asleep or incapacitated. The PCA in initial narrative implied DM was paralyzed and fear and did not act. However, active digital footprints should suggest she was awake and didn't give a shit. Raises the question, was anything deleted? Because we have not seen those Snapchats We don't know what she deleted when she talked to her dad, what she told her dad, what happened in that conversation. Section 4, the 911 call, and who made it. The 911 call was made at 11:58 a.m., with the call reportedly coming from one of the surviving roommates' phones, but with no clear identification of who placed it. Police dispatch logs mentioned the roommates believed someone was unconscious. However, some reports have claimed friends were called first. Yeah, obviously. And so now the whole WSU Kim mom thing has come up, and it's pretty wild. Why would DM and be killing and deathing referred to the victims as unconscious when DM had heard and seen traumatic evidence of a crime? She walked through a butcher shop. The scene was reportedly extremely violent, with visible blood and trauma. If friends were summoned first, what were they told that led them to believe unconscious rather than unaliving atrocity had occurred? Section 5, conflicting reports on DM's bedroom location. Early speculation and early diagrams suggested DM may have lived on the basement level. The PCA places DM on the second floor, which, if you remember, that was one of the bigger shocks to me, because that's telling you right there, because in the beginning we thought they were both downstairs, blah, blah, blah. She's inches away from the whole thing. And, yeah. And we hear on this ring cam that I just played from Euphoric there at the beginning of the Purge reel that they heard it next door, the screams. It picked up on the ring cam, allegedly. You think in that echoey-ass, little flimsy Barbie dollhouse house that she didn't hear anything? Give me a break, man. The PCA places DM on the second floor, same as Xana and Ethan, indicating she was within close proximity to at least one. It would have been impossible not to hear or sense some kind of attack. If DM was on the same floor, why was there such a delay in reacting, especially if she heard clear distress sounds? There was no delay. There's no delay. Summary of contradictions involving DM. DM state, asleep until late morning. Yep, that's what they said. Awake, alert, heard, and saw suspect. Implication raises doubts about timeline honesty. Time of death, 3 to 4 a.m. initially. More precisely, between 4 and 4:20. DM may have been aware of events in real time. Yeah. Now, one call, immediate call assumed, not made until 11:58. Why the 8-hour gap? Cause of concern, believes someone passed out. Contradiction, saw masked intruder and cries. Downplayed severity until the 911 call, pretty much. Phone use, implied inactivity. What was it again? Contradiction, phone and app used till 5 a.m. Possibly tried to clean data or was in contact. And I think we all agree that there was some type of cleanup. You got the latent footprint. I mean, why? How is a latent footprint, and obviously, apparently there was blood on that footprint, how is that more important than the glove with the blood on the handrail, and whatever else the possibly other one was, and blood on the sheath? Yeah. So, phone use, victim status, all asleep. Xana was awake, fought back. Early Ellie statements misleading. Friends present. Only roommates. Friends reportedly at the scene at 911 call. Chain of events unclear. Theories people have proposed based on these contradictions. Fear-based paralysis. DM was terrified and froze as stated. Not froze. She's literally on LinkedIn uploading her resume, calling her dad at 7:30 in the morning, just like Miss Pot says. Ain't nobody calling their dad on a Sunday at 7:30 unless something's wrong, especially after bringing board all night. Delayed awareness. DM may not have understood what she was witnessing. Initial delay. Some theorize a cover-up or fear of legal party-related consequences. So, the two most important things here, and just looking back, we don't know where Ethan and Xana are. Anything. We know they know. I know that you know that I know that you know that they know where Ethan and Xana were 100% of the time. They have their phones. They have witnesses. I don't know if they're holding that from the prosecution or the defense right now, but they know. They're not telling us because it's exculpatory to their little main suspect there. And then we also don't know what in the actual in fact was going on with Bethany. Just let it remain a mystery because, side-by-side timeline. PCA was newer versus newer information. PCA, January 2023. More recent evidence, 2024 to 2025. Contradiction. Now, there's also one more thing I'm leaving out. Is you have Maddie and Kaylee's phones stop after this whole panic thing. And I did mention this last week, but I'm doing it now, so I'm doing it around 2:54, 2:57, something like that. After a panic scourge of messages and phone calls to Jack D. Why are you calling Jack D? You share a dog together, and then all of a sudden everything stops at 2:54. But the crimes don't happen till 4, so they just all of a sudden gave up, passed out, everything was fine until 4 a.m. Xana receives DoorDash at 4 a.m. Something had happened, and Xana was in the house. How's she going to get the DoorDash? So, Heather did a post the other day and says, I wonder if the TikTok activity on Xana's phone was the same video playing over and over and over and over. And then her phone activity ends at 4 a.m. when somebody came in and grabbed the phone. And anyway, DM hears crying male voice around 4:04 and 4:17 a.m. Or between 4:04 and 4:17. Same time for this. She can't remember if it was real, but she remembers that it was between 4:04 and 4:17. So clear. I cannot wait to see these interviews with Meowry and Gucci Gooch and whoever the third one was, or the fourth one. And I want to know how they pulled these little snippets of her being in frozen shock and where they got that, because it's all in there, whether or not we see it. Yeah, and they're going to continue to do that, Tara. I'm telling you, there's that's the worry. That's the worry. But it appears that they're going to get the chance to at least present the evidence of alternate perpetrators, which, in my opinion, if they exist, shuts this whole thing down, turns it around. And they're going to have some explaining to do. Why they didn't do it before. Masked man seen by DM 4:17 a.m. approximately. Still estimate between 4:16 and 4 a.m. matching exit time of Elantra. Consistent in time, but DM's later behavior raises questions. Koberger's car leaves area, allegedly Koberger's car, 4:20 a.m. License plate camera data show Hyundai. License plate camera. I've never heard that. Confirmed with surveillance. Hyundai leaving King Road at 4:20. And from what I understand, the footage has been sped up by Dateline to make it look like that white car or green car, whatever it is, was speeding away, as well as putting road flares or solar units on the brake lights so that we can't identify the car. And I've never seen brake lights that weren't even being depressed that bright in my whole life. So I don't have a IR camera, but when the brake lights are more bright than the headlights, something tells me something ain't right. 911 call placed, not included in the PCA. Over 7.5 hours later, who made the 911 call? DM's phone activity not addressed in the PCA. Recent filings show Snapchat app using blah blah blah. We have Bethany's status said to be asleep on the first floor. Newer data shows her phone was active. Suggests she too was awake, or at least, no, she was definitely awake. The atrocity occurred between 4 and 4:25. Surveillance audio and DoorDash confirm they likely happened between 4 and 4:20. Matches PCA, but LA reports claim they died in their sleep. I don't know what Gower or Grower has to say about that. Xana's final activity, no detail in PCA. New data shows Xana was using TikTok at 4:12. Defense argues ping accuracy may not be reliable, but timeline fits. Koberger's return to Pullman, not detailed in the PCA, reconnects to Wi-Fi in Pullman at 5:25. Matches earlier assumptions. Key contradictions revealed by comparison. DM's behavior and phone use, PCA narrative, updated data, why it matters. This undermines the story that she was too frozen to react. She was alert, connected, she was afraid, she ran downstairs, and they were both freaking out, pretty much. The PCA versus earlier reports as far as the 911 call goes. Roommates found victims and called 911 stating someone was unconscious. Now known, friends were possibly called to the scene first, and the bodies were discovered by others before police involvement. Raises concerns about tampering, staging, or delaying the official discovery and response. Victim activity conflicts with killed in sleep. Early statements, police told families were stabbed in their sleep. Now proven Xana was received DoorDash at 4 a.m. and used TikTok at 4:12. She had defensive wounds. So you don't block when you're asleep. Shows that Ellie misled the public or didn't yet have the full picture. It also raises questions about how much chaos occurred before the murders ended. TikTok timestamp contradiction. Xana Kernodle, original reported time, PCA. The PCA states Kernodle's phone shows activity on TikTok at approximately 4:12 a.m. At the time, this was used to support the theory that Xana was alive and awake during the early part of the attack window. The attacks began sometime around 4:12. And I keep getting worked up because Sarge has that rolling scroller down there, and he's like, attack started at 4:17, which there's just no. And so if you have the car speeding away at the same time that the crime happens, that is something. And gosh, who was I was watching somebody today, and they were like, yeah, if you get a jury that at least 3 of them, or I don't know what it takes to get a quorum, don't believe you, don't believe the shit that the prostitution is selling, then they're going to have either their hung jury or they're going to have they're going to find him not guilty. In some forensic filings and independent case analysis, digital activity appears to show that her phone was not active after 4:05, between 4 and 4:05. If the TikTok was used at 4:12, it supports the theory that Xana was alive and active during the start of the attack. This places the attack closer to 4:15 and 4:20, especially if she heard noises, was texting, or reacting. If TikTok use actually last used around 4 a.m., then Xana may have been killed earlier than believed. Contract to the timeline that placed her as possibly the last victim. It also shortens the murder window and complicates assumptions about who was attacked in what order. Key confirmation. Initial PCA suggests Xana is on TikTok at 4:12, would support her being alive. Late into the window, the 4 to 4:20, or is it 4:20, right? Update digital forensics suggests her TikTok usage may have been earlier, possibly ending before or by 4 a.m. Implication: the attack may have been already occurred or started earlier than officially stated. Theories about the contradiction. Investigators misread the data. Time was deliberately shifted. Some theorize this was done to protect the timeline or mislead the public temporarily. And who was it? A mess of stuff. He said, he made a statement, he had a short or whatever the other day, about the Ellie has not done another press conference in almost 3 years now. Why so quiet? I thought that was pretty clever. He's a clever guy. Alright, bottom line, whether Xana's last activity was at 4 or 4:12 completely changes the sequence of events and who might have been killed in what order. The contradiction is now a central issue in the defense's attempt to narrow the murder window and challenge the prosecution's timeline. Text exchange early morning, 4:22 a.m. DM to BF at 4:22. No one is answering. I'm really confused right now. I'm freaking out. So am I. Xana was wearing black. Follow-up text between 4:17 4:16 a.m. Text aligned with precisely when DM sighting of a masked man between 4:16 and 4:18. Several hours later, around 10:23 DM, DM again texts her upstairs roommates, "Are you up?" This occurs roughly an hour, and so right there. I don't know if it was a guilter saying this, but they're like, yeah. They are. I guess Steve G has said it before that. Oh, would you call the police if your roommates were constantly pranking you like this? And you just thought it was a prank? I mean, the joke's over after about a minute. And I'm not even going to give you a minute. I'm going to give you like 30 seconds. I'm not as patient maybe as some other people. But if you've pranked me before, okay, come out, you come out, I get it, ha ha ha. And when that doesn't happen, and you're still lying there 4 hours later, pink trick. .417 to 4:22, rapid fire texts show panic, sighting of intruder, and realizing roommates were unresponsive. Significance. Confirms DM and BF were actively awake, aware, and reacting during the crime. During 10:23 a.m., DM attempts contact with the victims again. This seems ridiculous now. Because believe me, you've already gone to the 1-800 number that we called right here on the show that tells you what to do. and they've called back, and you've added the new contact, and they're telling you step by step, they send in the cleaner, and everything goes away. And they're hiding whatever they need to hide. They're doing whatever needs to be done. And then, okay, now we alert the police. We're not going to send a panic out there. I agree. Double woman. Excuse me, I need to blow my... I didn't take my antibiotics. I kind of tried to wean myself off the antibiotics today. But I need to... Pardon me one sec. Yeah, I certainly would have reacted in a different way, but there's clearly a reason that they felt it was important not to. And they know what the right thing is. A 3-year-old knows what the right thing to do here is. And they ignored that and refused to do it. 11:56 to 11:58, BF calls 911, reinforces the 8-hour delay despite phone activity. So their phones were working. There was no withdrawals on the antibiotics. But my nose, I have about, well, that's the ibuprofen, but I have a few more to take. So spacing it out is what I meant to say. Known from PCA surveillance, LE reports 1:46 a.m. Kelly and Maddie seen on video at Grub Truck. Prior to that, a video that we haven't seen, we've seen still frames from the Corner Club. Now, the other day, I saw somebody ask if the Corner Club closed. There are competitive bars in the area. It is a tradition of a bar, traditional bar places go to, but it'll be very telling as far as what occurred there with who the players were, what kind of interactions they had, if there was a fight, if Jack S actually got kicked out of there for fighting. Followed the girls anyway. They flip him off. Then they run from him. Then he runs. And then he goes to his parents. I mean, it's just like, no. What? And then there's the audio cleanup of the What Did You Tell Adam I saw on Tommy Jude the other day. And there is a lot further. We'll get into that a little later. We might look at the Tommy Jude one here in a minute. This is just kind of retroactive here. We will have JJ Vance here today. JJ, are you there? Let me check on JJ to make sure he's still with it. I haven't seen him yet. I'm sure he will be. His 7 minutes. This is a long 7 minutes he put in for today. I'm going to have to probably pull a couple of... Yeah, Jeff, we just said that Dateline sped up the footage. Literally sped up the footage. Why would they speed up the footage? Why would they need to do that? The car wasn't speeding away. It was driving away. And it's so quiet that I'm assuming it was probably an electric vehicle since there was no other sounds at 4 a.m. So that's misinformation in my opinion. The truth will come out. We'll see. I'm going to have to dock us Hula Burgers. But thank you for being here, Jeff. I appreciate it. Let's see here. Between 4:17, I heard crying male voice and a thud. And we did hear the audio of somebody yelling Xana from that same camera next door. DM's phone activity includes Snapchat, blah, 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 blah. It's getting contradicted. PSA claims, as far as Bethany Funk. Alright, so we're getting redundant here. And, okay. Alright, well, let's welcome in JJ Vance, everybody, and see what he... Yeah, that's a heavy list of lies. And, Jeff, come on, you can't deny it, bro. There's a lot of bullshit in there. And, let me see here. And that's why they want you to finish them. Yeah, no, I definitely needed them, though, because I had two things, so it would have been a quicker death without them. Apologizing for his claims, they sped up the footage, stating that after further looking at the times match, so who knows? I don't think it was BK regardless. I didn't know where I heard that. Just I wanted to mention it. It does look like it could be sped up, but you never know. Regardless, there are no brake lights that bright in the known universe. I will say that. I don't know. All right, maybe no JJ tonight. All right, that's cool. No worries. Oh, there. Oh, Link. Okay, yeah, that always helps. Huh? So it's not you, it's me, huh? All right, let's hear from JJ here. Good to have him. Thanks for being here, everybody. And oh, right. And then there's somebody was looking at it. I think it was one of our British friends over there that was saying you can see people mulling around doing stuff in their house or whatever, and there was like a dog in the yard. Clearly, they were correct, and it's blended with the headlights, lighting up the right corner area. Honestly, Jeff, those are the brightest brake lights. They've literally, what they've done with it looks to me like a comic book. It's well done, but it looks to me like a comic book, what do you call it? Like pasties were put over. Whoa, there he is, Mr. JJ. What are you eating, sir? What do you got going on today? That's a loaded question. It's got to be a chocolate payday. Now, I was talking about old-fashioned donuts. I had the best one I ever had in my life today. And here's the bag. It's right here. It came in this bag. I was hoping it would make it to Showtime. Let me see if there's any crumbs in it. I'll be honest with you, I had a chocolate-covered chocolate, and this is the crumbs that are left from it. Oh, he just cloned himself. How did you do that?
Is this purge? Are we purging?
No, this is Panda News. This is Panda News here.
Is this the purge?
Wow, that's very impressive, JJ. I don't know how you did it.
We purging? I can't hear you.
Okay, hold
on. I can't hear you, sir.
We can hear you. Hold on. Can you hear me meow? Is that better? Oh, he jumped out. Hold on. We had two JJs. Now, you know, if you could just keep that to private, that cloning yourself thing. This is a Panda Mews, though. Welcome in. Oh, wait, I gotta turn it on. Hold on. I'm trying to save the batteries. You cloned yourself, bro. I didn't. I wonder if I can actually play a song in this show. I'm not sure that it does chords. Hey! Oh, God. Back.
Are you cloning me, Kane?
Can you hear me meow? That was a weird cloning experience. I don't know how long it took you to come up with that. Bob the Clone Evans. Are we good?
I cannot hear you. No. Negative.
Negative? Let me see. Is it me? Oh, yeah. You can't hear me. I see that you can't hear me.
I cannot. I'm writing you right now. I cannot hear you.
Hold on. Okay. Microphone 1. How about that now? Is that better?
I did nothing of the sort, sir. I did not clone myself.
Oh, you did it right there in front of God and everybody. As a matter of fact.
I'm going to have to point the finger at you, to be quite honest with you.
That's misinformation again, Chidge.
I'm going to say fake news. Fake news, bro.
We got,
this edition of The Purge is brought to you by banana-flavored moon pies and Mountain Dew. diet do, in fact.
Did you go to Cracker Barrel? Because they have the best moon pies at Cracker Barrel, actually.
I did not. I went to the Amazon.com store.
You ordered moon pies from Amazon. How
Listen,
dare you?
I don't want
sir.
to. I didn't come to the purge to be judged. Now, is that where you want to be when Jesus comes back, Kane? You want to be judging here me about some moon pies?
I'm not going to be here when Jesus. I'm going to get teleported right to heaven. The rules. I have a guy. I know a guy, and he's going to slip me in the back door. His name is Jesus.
Fair enough. Well, I got my purple robe and my black Nikes all set to jump on Haley's Comet next time it comes around. So.
You're going to be in the Rancho Santa Fe crew, huh? This is what I brought to the table, JJ. And these are the best Snickers that there are. I think we can all agree that the almond-flavored Snickers... You can see that there was one already taken out of the pack prior to purging. But now I'm going to enjoy one while you take over because I'm out of breath. I've had it with this show.
You were doing an excellent job, sir. I enjoyed that narration. Now, who put together that analysis? Because that was some pretty solid stuff.
That was Trish from Echoes of Clarity, actually.
Nice. Well done, Trish. Excellent done, ma'am. So, I think I had a couple thoughts when you were reading there, and now I've been distracted by moon pies and almond Snickers. And welcome to the Purge, where tonight we're talking about food, type 2 diabetes stuff, and a little bit of Idaho4 stuff. So, glad to join fellow Purgers. There was a couple things I'm rooting through my brain hole at the moment. I said 7 minutes, but I meant that in dog time. That was Abner boy time because we were on a walk. It's really 21 minutes technically. I think that's how the math works there in dog years, dog time. So,
gotcha.
Well, shit, dude, I forget what it was, but let's get into it. I'm sure I'll remember. What were you saying? Rewind what you were saying.
I was saying that I'm going to do a JJ nerding out meter. And when it gets into the red, then we stop you right there and make you explain everything you're talking about.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Happy to answer any questions. Relative to that analysis, though, there was something else that was said there that I thought was pretty. Oh, the press conferences. Yeah, dude. They've been operating on that Hitler Friends and Family plan since, I believe, circa November 23rd. And that is the, you guys can just go fuck yourselves.
Did you see the Friends and Family plan?
Yeah, it's the Hitler Friends and Family plan. You know, they're all getting on the same page of telling everybody to go fuck themselves. I hope you're not. Do we need a medic? Are you choking on that Snickers, bud?
No, I'm breathing. Maybe a little Narcan just for take the edge off the antibiotics.
Yep. I hear you, dude. I'd have a little Narcan with my coffee in the morning, so I understand.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no. No, what I was clearly the reason I brought you on the show was for Hula Burger presentation.
Obviously, because I got a bone to pick with you, sir. Your Hula Burger count. I think your math ain't mathing, dude. You don't know how to count Hula Burgers properly.
Let me check with Tony because he's the one who's in charge of Hula Burgers here on after, and we might need a medic, Miss Potts. I'm not sure, but no, I wanted to discuss a couple of the findings that you had over there in your realm on Operation GCD last night when you were talking to that feller, and you guys kind of came to a couple of interesting conclusions on stuff.
Objection.
Overruled.
That's good because I forgot what I was objecting on. So, no, I know we went over a lot of points last night. I'm happy to answer any questions on any of those subjects. I'll be obviously kind of going over some more of those subjects in more of a finer detail relative to Idaho, but I wanted to lay the framework for how all these things connect from Oklahoma City to Waco to OJ to fucking Idaho, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you also talked about Kaczynski in there a little bit, as far as his manifesto goes.
Man, I got a lot of questions about that case. And I did look back into what they did find in the cabin, and again, they did find this bomb that was identical to the previous bomb, which I've always found very. Can I say the word bomb?
Not on a plane.
Well, dude, you can't even. At one point in time, back when I was still flying commercial, because I refused to get on that fucking engage in that process.
You don't want to get on a Dreamliner?
I won't subject myself to that tyrannical nonsense. So I will drive places instead. I've taken trains before, but I don't. That's a long journey. I did that from San Francisco to Ohio, dude. That was about a 3-dayer.
Yeah, I was considering a bus to Idaho just to save money.
Well, it's not. I mean, if you got time to burn, it's not a bad idea because I'd stopped off in like places like somewhere in Colorado, Grand Junction. You know, checked out the sites. Because if you're on a train, you can just get back on. You don't have to get back on that train, unless you have a cabin or something, which I did.
Yeah, cabins are nice for a long trip there through.
Yeah, well, that's fancy stuff. Are you bougie? I wasn't trying to ride in bougie stuff.
Well, I mean, if it's going to cost me less than the gas coming back and forth and the rental car, then it would be. Then I'll be bougie all day because that's a long trip. And when you're talking about getting there cheap, I mean, once I'm there, I'm there. It doesn't matter how I got there. To me, anyway.
Something tells me you're going to go there and you're never coming back, Kane.
Don't tell me that. That's been what Trish keeps telling me.
You're going to be like, I live in Idaho now. I live in Idaho now, and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't mind Idaho. It's a beautiful place, a lot of lakes. It's just I can't do the cold.
You want to meet a nice little blonde gal up there in Boise? When you go up there, let me know. I'll introduce you.
Not in Boise, no. Maybe Ness Pierce.
My bootleg sister lives there.
Oh well, yeah, hook a brother up.
Well, I was gonna say she's got a lot of friends, nonetheless. If anything, she always served that great purpose over the years.
Well, from what they're beaming into my brain hole, apparently I like brunettes. So, if she looks anything like Simone in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, then I'm down. Yeah, sure.
Well, I'm saying what she's good at is getting you in with some other ladies. That's what she's done for my collective of garbage can dudes over the decades. In fact, she's the mother of 2 of my dudes' kids. So sometimes she gets in the mix herself. Apparently, she's my bootleg sister. I say that because I wouldn't touch that lady with a 10-foot pole. She'll introduce you to the proper crowd there, Kane. Unless you're into that sort of thing too, then of course, by all means, aim away if you need to, friend.
What
I'm just saying,
my whole
some ladies up there. I'll help you out because I don't think you're ever going to leave there anyway. So you might as well settle in.
There's a good chance that I could do very well if I rented this cabin out to the Canadians just for a few months. I could pay about 2 years rent. So because you pay for the land and whatever $100-something a month. So I've considered doing it. I don't know that Idaho was working
stuff, dude. Now you're thinking. I like your style.
But Idaho. I don't think I'm wealthy enough to live in Idaho.
That's what I'm saying, dude. You need to meet a nice lady there. I'll help you out. My bootleg says.
It sounds like you and Lucy have my future mapped out already.
Oh, dude, she parties like 4 nights a week at bars. She's real still a party. I mean, she's like 43, but she still parties like she's 23. Her kids are grown up; they're adults. So, but I'm saying like she's a good person to know as far as you want to meet some ladies up there, Kane. I'll introduce you.
I'm grateful for with Boise.
You're gonna be like, yeah, dude, I'm just settling here in Boise now. I'm like, yep.
Yeah, me and Twiz were trying to figure out what we're gonna do in the off time because there will be times where not only will we be out of the court, but there'll be days when we can't even go into the trial because of the lottery or whatever. I'm starting to question how many people are really going to attend.
Nice lady, get settled in. You're never leaving, so that's a good plan for you. Rent out your spot there for a while. Maybe it won't.
You're sold though, that one.
You don't want to cut off all. You want to have a contingency plan here, right?
Definitely, yeah. No, I like the direction you're headed with that, my friend. We will definitely discuss it on the off purge time. But yeah,
who knows? Maybe I'll go to Boise and I won't go anywhere near the fucking courthouse. But who knows? Maybe I'll go to Boise and join y'all.
That'd be fun. We're gonna one of the places that we're considering is like this hippie commune kind of place, and they wear purple sneakers and the whole thing. But it's a big room. It's got all these nooks and crannies where they have beds, and it's one of the lowest priced ones. They got probably a drum circle. The only thing is it's got kind of a Nancy flair to it from some of the symbolism that we've seen throughout the room. But if I go in August, that looks like the one that we'll probably end up in. So there'll be plenty of room for everybody.
Fair enough. I don't have any part of that, sir, but you do you. You do you.
It's more like a treehouse.
Well, they have purple Nikes. My Nikes are black. I'm waiting for Haley's comment. I don't want to get involved with whatever comment they're waiting for. So
fair enough. No, it seems like they're nice enough. There's a few available. If it happens,
that's always the case.
It's going to throw the whole game off, though, if they postpone it 90 days. And in my favor, it's like bank error in your favor when you're playing Monopoly. There. Is this
I'm
conversation
talking shit back
sus?
to the Princess of Darkness because she's saying this conversation.
For somebody that has nip slips all the time, she in her videos, that is very judgmental. She's a very judgmental person of our conversations. Like,
yikes, dude!
I would,
yikes.
I would point to the video I played earlier of her and her dog as AI components as my evidence of the nip slips. That came from Douglas Outlaw there.
Shots fired.
Look out, back down. No, so the Timothy McVeigh thing, as far as the materials that he used.
Hold on, wait. You mean Ted Kaczynski?
Oh no, I meant Timothy McVeigh.
Oh well, let's close that out on Ted Kaczynski. So I obviously, much like we're talking to all these people, you were talking about how the first month or so you thought you thought Koberger was guilty, right?
I was in that vein, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, no, dude, I heard what you're saying. I'm not diminishing your position. What I'm saying is I never fault folks for entertaining the magic show. You know what I mean? It is a magic show, and it's a well orchestrated and designed one at that. So much like in the case of Orenthal J. Simpson, I'm welcome to revisit these instances such as Theodore Kaczynski, especially because of this. It's documented that he was part of the MK Ultra program, right, when he was at Harvard. On it, unbeknownst to him, he was dosed with LSD in a project that, I think altered the man's life in varying capacities. But nonetheless, he was a brilliant man who was a professor at Stanford too. So I got a lot of questions around that at a very young age before he decided to move off into the woods in the small western Montana town of Lincoln, Montana, where I just happened to meet one of my dudes that I met in the Air Force and basic training was from Lincoln, Montana. And then we went to the police academy together, and then we got stationed in Montana together. And I was like, man, you got bad luck, dude. You joined the Air Force to go see places, and you got stationed back at home. So he's from like an hour and a half from Malmstrom Air Force Base in Lincoln, Montana, and that's the town of where Ted Kaczynski lives. So I was a groomsman in dude's wedding in July of 2000. I just remember folks in the town no one was like, oh yeah, we saw that coming. I mean, they were like, yeah, the dude was kind of reserved, kept himself, but there was no one like, oh, this dude was a psychopath, right? It's a weird environment when you can hear some firsthand account of folks in a very small mountain town who had encountered and seen this guy for many years, including my dude's father, who was the town's doctor. So the whole town was literally at this wedding, and so I feel like I got a good understanding of what the locals were saying about the guy, and given the Federal Bureau of Investigation's activities, and generally speaking, and the general bullshit narrative that goes around Ted Kaczynski, and again the MK Ultra connections. Well, I don't know. I just think there's a lot more to that story, and looking at the evidence, it is very dubious.
I couldn't help but think of was it Kentucky, where the guy was forced to rob a bank and had the thing around his neck, and the police came and they couldn't get it off in time. They had the thing. The bomb squad had the pliers to get it. Did they ever catch the people behind that?
I mean, yes and no. There was other elements that did not be held accountable. They're all dead now, though, I believe.
Interesting. What was that connected to? Was it the cartel?
That's a damn good question. I think the people that were orchestrating it were members of Mensa.
See, I meant to bring that up with you, JJ. As far as the Smiley cult goes, as far as all of these secret, what I say is chat rooms and these servers that they use on Reddit and these types of things, I honestly believe that because even with like the Ziz cult, You have these people who made these connections, and I believe that they found each other through Mensa. I think that's the basis of a lot of it. I've been meaning to run that by you.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it for a lot of reasons. In fact, I actually enjoy it. And here's one thing that I think that you might enjoy. I think there's people that were in Mensa that were part of this Team Zodiac team that orchestrated the Zodiac events. So I think you're onto something, sir.
And furthermore, you also have the Lady Bird Lake situation where the bodies just keep piling up there in Austin, Texas. And Ellie continues to say that it's an accident, even though we have a witness that was drugged and passed out on the side of the road. And I question the validity of the law enforcement account at this point right now, trying to downplay it and make their city seem safer than it is. But this is an ongoing thing across the country.
It is indeed, sir. Yes, sir. Let me put a little bit of flavor on that Idaho style. So, we have the death of Hudson Lindau on, I believe it was April 30th. They found his body on May 1st, 2022, in a few inches of water there near Greek Row.
Hudson Lindau
allegedly drowned. So
no water in his lungs, though.
Precisely. So these are these precise salient characteristics found in those smiley face killer deaths that you just described. And a great example of this from last March 2024, Riley Strain. He also died in the same capacity with no water in his lungs found in the river. So these staged drownings is what I would is what I'd like to call them, because smiley face killer cult was I use the term because it's colloquially known as that, but it was a term described by the media. Right. So the initial detectives who published a report and had a press conference when they went on a media tour, they tried to tell the media, and there's clips of it online, like Anderson Cooper, and they're on Anderson Cooper, and they're saying it's this is CNN, Anderson Cooper, April 2008, May 2008, and they're describing these symbols, and they're saying we're not going to release all the symbols, we're just describing this one smiley face symbol. There's a series of about a dozen symbols. I've been to a number of these scenes. I've never communicated with those guys, but I understand the commonality of symbols I keep seeing at these scenes, especially. So it seems to be a communicating factor between these different cells in different cities. So they use a series of symbols when they commit these ritual homicide murders.
One of them obviously being the smiley face, right?
One of them's obviously the smiley face, correct, sir? So
which pops up in
well, there you go. And what movie does it pop up in that's really notable from 1999?
That would be Forrest Gump.
Well, that would be 1996, I believe, sir, but that is a good point. 1999 Fight Club. It is prominently displayed under Project Mayhem, the operation being run there with these different cult cells in different cities. So if you take that same pattern and protocols there as depicted in Fight Club, written by Chuck Palahniuk, whose father was murdered in Latell County in 1999, under a very suspicious death, that the guy they got in prison, I don't think did it. They just waived off the death penalty on him. He's doing 2 life sentences now, but he's not an easy guy to defend because he's a kid diddler and ex-husband of the lady that was murdered along with Palahniuk's father.
Which I maintain that whenever you have those kind of accusations, it is the initial family will distance themselves instantly, and people tend to look into it less when they have that type of background, so they make an easy frame.
And that's precisely what happened here. That's precisely what happened here.
If you think about, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if you think about how easy it is,
I'm just going to send Baby Lucy doll after you. Go ahead.
I don't want that thing chasing me. If you think about how easy it is to put files on someone's computer, and the digital forensic can say one thing, but the truth may be another. And you don't
even have to put it on the computer. You can just say you found it there. You just got to write it on a piece of paper. I found that there.
Which is much easier, I think, than staging a heart attack or a car crash, because here you have something that now this person is untouchable, because they're a Peter file or whatever, and nobody It's like with the COVID thing, when people passed, you weren't allowed to see them. They didn't get the bodies back. There was no investigation, and we showed here in Florida there was many cases where it was a car accident and it was declared a COVID death. Like, what the fuck?
Do you recall at the height of the cough, New York Times, I believe it was July 2020, publishes a list on the front page of the whole front page is a list of names that say it's COVID deaths, right? Remember that?
What is this? I got a weird text.
Is it a rat? Are the rats back?
I'll show it to you. I don't know these people, but I just got this text.
Clearwater Police, they're onto you, Kane. They're onto you.
No, I'm the rat daddy. They do what I don't know if you can see this or not. Let me back it up.
Well,
isn't that an odd text? Some lady and her kid. Maybe they. What in the
You know what I do with those texts? Delete.
Yeah, well, that's weird. I don't know those people. Anyway. Odd timing. They're coming for me, JJ.
What were we saying? What were we talking about?
We were talking about Schindler's List.
Damn it, you beat me to it. How dare you, sir?
I'm on top of your game, pal.
I was trying to set myself up for the fucking home run. You came in and
well, there's
stole
one thing we're leaving out, too, that's a very important factor.
Let me make a point here. You make a good point on the diddling business, and I think that's what they've gotten away with here. So this dude's ex-wife left Missouri because she had charged... It was her ex-husband, but he got charged with the diddling of his stepchild, her daughter, from a previous marriage. Here's the deal. She was a licensed attorney there in Latall County. So I find this very interesting. And then she allegedly meets Pally Nook's father, who lives there in Latall County, in southern Latall County, a rural area, unincorporated, I believe. This is where this has all occurred. And because Latall County had jurisdiction of it, including that chief deputy right now, he was the lead investigator, right? The current chief deputy of Latall County.
Say again. Repeat that part again. I'm sorry, we got distracted in my brain hole.
Not the sheriff or the undersheriff. The chief deputy, the road guy, the guy in charge of all patrols right now. He was the chief. He was the lead investigator on this murder in '99. Bill Thompson was the prosecutor. Kathy Mabutt. Well, she was Mabutting around Latall County, but she wasn't in the corner yet.
It's interesting that you say that, JJ, because we're closing in on 9 o'clock. We should be hearing from Jenn here soon, and she has made me aware of some stuff that has to do with the broadcast element from 1122. She's found a location, and she doesn't want me to reveal it until she's made the video. So I don't know if she has or not, but there does appear to be a location adjacent to 1122 that was a shed that had full electrical. All kind. She'll get into it more. I probably said too much already, but hopefully she'll be joining us soon to look at that further. But what I was gonna add was also.
May I just put a bookend on those notes we were talking about with the Fight Club? Real
I'm sorry. Yeah, please do. Go ahead.
So it sounds like wild, disparate statements. So we started out there with Hudson Lindau as a smiley face killer. I mean, I've been in a long-term dispute with William Ramsey and his researcher. These are the other kind of leading, quote unquote, leading smiley face killer researchers on the interwebs. We're friends. We've been friends for 9 years. I've been associates with Bill and his researcher for 9 years, but we've had an ongoing dispute over this, respectful dispute.
Was he your PR guy?
No. William Ramsey. He's William Ramsey Investigates. It's a great. If folks aren't familiar with his work, I highly recommend check out his Smiley Face Killer documentary. So, because it's in that first documentary he did that he connects the smiley face symbol to this industrial rock movement, and then I go a bit further and connect all that industrial rock movement of Trent Reznor and his mentor Boyd Rice to the neo process movement. So, and then so what I'm saying here is that the use of the smiley face is indicative of process church activities through, and William Ramsey was the one identified that. So he's been long convinced that Hudson Lindau was a smiley face killer victim. I've long objected and said that they were enterprising fraternity students that needed to get rid of somebody that died in a hazing incident. That was my take on it. Right. course, I'm open to the idea that he knew something more about the old trafficking situations among these Greek organizations. I'm open to that too, but I'm just saying, like, the more time's gone by, I'm willing to consider more that he was indeed a smiley face killer victim. So it seems like if we're in a town that has a smiley face killer victim stuff, we're in a county where this smiley face symbol, where we're getting a lot of these activities from that movie Fight Club, right? As we see depicted, the smiley face symbol, Project Mayhem, right? These chaos cells across America that are doing these different domestic terror events. Domestic terror events, like I discussed in my show last night, regarding all this Nazi activity in Idaho, right? So we're not really talking dissimilar activities. I just want to try to bring that in for everybody there. Does that make sense?
Yes. And my first point was about the long haul trucker, where they keep finding these lot lizards dumped on the side of the interstate, and that seems to be along the lines of what we're talking about also as well.
Well, I mean, it might be part of a similar campaign of chaos, right? Like some Operation Gladio style activities. Now, Operation Gladio was a stay-behind network of domestic terror campaigns in Italy that was established by the future CIA director, Bill Colby. Now, Bill Colby's a very important figure in all this money laundering operations from all these drug trafficking, like we've discussed, through Fort Bragg and all of what's called the Material Assistance Command. And it was those Material Assistance Command folks that were in Idaho, like Randy Weaver of Ruby Ridge, who was connected to the same compound that Mark Furman's connected to up there a few miles outside of Rathdrum, Idaho, where 3 of the victims are from. And that's that same compound. That's that same compound where numerous national domestic terror campaigns have been documented and plotted out of that compound in the 80s and then the 90s. And I would allege in the 2000s with folks like we see with Israel Keys, the serial killer, who's connected to all these folks, right? So I don't think it stopped. And I think it's, the idea that we have all these Material Assistance Command folks up there, the Ruby Ridge guy, the Nugan Hand Bank guy that was hiding up there for 35 years, right? These are the folks that were part of that Phoenix program activities, like we see from Lethal Weapon with Mel Gibson and Gary Busey. They're part of that Phoenix program, right? That are smuggling drugs still into the late 80s, right? That's what we're talking about here. So Bill Colby's an interesting character to be involved in all these things because, again, his son, Carl Colby, was one of the chief witnesses against Orenthal J. Simpson. Go figure.
Repeat that one. Repitan, por favor.
The CIA director who set up all of these kind of Operation Gladio ops is what I'm saying over in Italy. And then I'm alleging a lot of what we're describing here, these domestic terror campaigns in America involving elements of the process who are Nazis. The process are ardent Nazis, self-proclaimed. And they use a swastika as their symbol. So, and it's not really a surprise. And they also will tell you. And then, so it's no surprise they're working with white nationalist outlaw biker gangs and these white nationalists out of northern Idaho. These would not surprise me, but it is, again, these spooky operations that go from the Operation Gladio ops of Italy on to today, which I would allege is just Gladio come home, right? And it's Bill Colby that's in charge of all these things. And we see Bill Colby connected to all the... So Bill Colby's sitting on the board of directors for that Nugan Hand Bank that failed in 1980, the early onset of the Iran-Contra scandal, where the head of that bank, one of these Green Berets from the Material Assistance Command, like I was saying, from Vietnam, the Phoenix program stuff, John Michael Hand would go hide out in Idaho Falls, Idaho, and skirt all charges for the next 35 years. Right? And he knew Randy Weaver. They're part of the same group. Randy Weaver's the guy behind, Ruby Ridge. So, and again, the connecting principle again is this Material Assistance Command of Bill Colby, right? And again, we see Bill Colby's son testifying against Orenthal J. Simpson, right? Which is one of the weird, like no one talks about that one at all, right?
I haven't heard it.
Yeah, dude. So, and it's all around the yayo trafficking, friend. So, basically, am I back? Is this the purge?
You're back.
So from 1991, when Orenthal J. Simpson and Nicole split, she moves into a home with the manager of those restaurants that the mob was using as a front for money laundering. Well, when I say the mob, they're selling Medellin cartel coke yayo through these restaurants, right? That's the same restaurant Ron Goldman worked at, was part of these franchise of this restaurant group, right? So Nicole's roommate from 1991 to 1990, October of 93, was the manager of that restaurant group, right?
Right. And so just to kind of get us to where you are right now, what you're talking about with the process and with this organization is that they felt betrayed by her, like, race trading being, it was a bad symbol.
Well,
and they were possibly angry over the relationship, and that's how you make an example, and that's where the anger and the unaliving come with Nicole Brown Simpson.
That's correct, sir. So she was the perfect candidate to fit this plan that they hatched out of Hayden Lake, Idaho, up there by Sandpoint, where Furman lived, where the three of the victims live in immediate vicinity or from the immediate vicinity of, and one of those victims has a lot of white nationalist stuff in her family, doesn't she? So, living in the immediate vicinity with those kind of activities, it's a very questionable environment, if you ask me. But so those plans were hatched there, and part of those plans for the 10-year anniversary of their 84 campaign that was hatched out of there and ended out there in a FBI shootout. The 10-year anniversary was starting allegedly with Nicole Brown Simpson's murder, and they were going to, they selected her because they wanted to pick a white woman to murder that was and frame it on a celebrity black fella, right? To cause a race war. Again, this is the elements of the theology of the Process Church. They want to bring on the apocalypse. And doing so, they profess in their own writings, and they'll tell you, they'll do so by creating chaos and stoking race wars, which is what Manson was doing.
I was going to say, with Manson, it's just like with the Menendez brothers. In its most basic form, you blame the black guy. Oh, a black guy can, and then instantly it's supposed to enrage the public and cause some type of revolution, right?
Correct, sir. So let me just put a pin in this real quick for a later conversation. The Menendez brothers is not far off. Do you know who hired Orenthal James Simpson as the national spokesperson for Hertz Rental Car?
Schindler's List.
Schindler's List, and the other person was the Menendez brothers' father. In 1978, he was the head of Hertz VP in America.
Was he a lawyer, or he was an entertainment agent?
No, he was a business dude turned radio executive from radio music production company executive, I think, for RCA in 85. But from 78 to I think 84, he's working for Hertz. But it's in 78 when OJ gets that contract. Is the same time he starts going clear. I'm just saying.
Yes, and I've noticed a couple other celebrities that are involved in Scientology recently, and it seems to proliferate throughout Hollywood a lot more than I ever suspected, and I notice it now, thanks to your observations, much more.
And let's also note the Process Church is the quote-unquote dark wing of Scientology. So Scientology has a dirty wing. They have a dirty tricks wing called the Guardian's Office. It used to be called the Office of Special Affairs. I take that back.
An important thing to point something out, JJ, in the interim here, is that Scientologists consider anyone that's not a Scientologist to be totally dirty. Just like with the Masons, they're uninformed, and they are. You have the right to take their life for any reason. As far as
you have the right to do anything because they're the profane.
The profane.
The one thing you get inducted to, and much like in the Masons, as you do in Scientology, in a very similar system, because I don't want to unpack the connections and how those things cross over with Aleister Crowley, how he incorporated Freemasonry, but there is elements of Freemasonry in that because Scientology breaks off of the OTO and Thelema, which Crowley incorporated some of that Freemasonry stuff into there. So, this is a dark organization. Every time I look at more stuff about Scientology, you're saying you discovered some folks there, right? You know what I mean? So, and again, it's an alluring concept, especially for celebrity folks who are very ego driven as it is. But one of the early stages or levels that you attain within Scientology, you become they call it a homo novi, the new human. So you're no longer of the profane class of humanity, and you're way above them. So what you're describing is an attitude that is instilled in all of these people at a very early stage, and similar to Freemasonry, because again, there's elements of Freemasonry in there. So
your level of wealth seems to directly influence the amount of time that it takes to become clear or 33rd level or whatever it may be.
I appreciate that, sir. Here's the deal. I think a misconception about Freemasonry as it is today, I believe it's more of a boys' club. The Freemasons I have known, some of which have been very ranking ones, throughout the military career, and especially military law enforcement, a lot of Freemasons, they don't know shit, dude. So I just started reading stuff years ago. I'd be, especially in my, I'd spent 5 years in some sand. So, I had a lot of downtime in between, a lot of uptime, but in my downtime, I generally just read shit because what else are you gonna do? This is mostly before the interwebs age, right? And so I read a lot of shit. So I remember reading like things like some of their scholarship of Freemasonry, and asking some Freemasons, they were familiar with like Manly P. Hall and shit like that, dude, and like they weren't. And speaking of Manly P. Hall, this famous Freemason scholar, according to the author, Ed Sanders, the author of The Family of the Charles Manson situation, he was there at the trial. He investigated contemporary to the trial, and wrote a book about it, I believe published in 1974. The Process Church would sue his publisher in America, and the publisher would immediately settle. They sued his publisher in Britain to remove an entire chapter about them and their connections to Manson from the book. And in the UK, the court ruled no mas. We're going to let that chapter stay. So you can get it's available online. So he wrote a great piece on how these things all connect there. And my point being there is in his files, what's not in that book, when I got my hands on his files, they're at Princeton University Library. He donated them there, and I went there and copied everything and been reading them ever since. I did that last year. And in his files, he seems to indicate that Manly P. Hall, this infamous Freemason scholar that's revered throughout Freemasonry as being their thought leader, he was the head of that 4 Pi movement that Jenn's always talking about. He started that movement. This ritualistic death cult that was doing a lot of ritual murders in Southern California from the Bay Area to LA from 1967 through 1974. I believe they were very active.
Do you think that a lot of these cults sort of stemmed from the illusion that you could have these hippie communes, and then when you're together, you feel like the world is out to get you, is against you? This type of thing, and then it evolved to what you have today, beyond the Moonies, beyond that one that tried to destroy the whole town. You have a lot of others which have remained, I think, under the radar and have gotten away with a lot of these things.
I think it's sex, drugs, and rock and roll, man. That's from my experiences and what I've witnessed. That's the alluring nature to these cults is sex, drugs. These because we call it Satanism, we call it satanic, but it's really Crowleyism. It's thelema. So it's they declare themselves Satanists, but I'm saying the principles they adhere to are the principles of Aleister Crowley.
Let me put a pin in your pin real quick.
Oh, dude, don't clone me, Kane. You done cloned me once tonight, friend. You're lucky I'm back.
Yeah,
dude.
you double cloned yourself, dude. We saw it live. There's no denying it.
Objection.
That's an interesting view behind your trailer there, by the way. It's nice pine trees. Is that a pinup or is that your actual view?
That's a green screen, friend. What are you talking about? I'm sitting. No, that's a.
Are you in Tuckahoe, Virginia, right now?
I'm in Slapahoe, Virginia. Yep.
No. So what I came across, and I apologize, I forgot where I heard it, but someone was talking about what we're going back to as far as the fraternity where Steve Jr. went with the printing of Xanax.
Steve number 3, yeah, that was the Wazoo chapter, I believe. But sure, I hear you. But he was part of the chapter of his president of that chapter was Homeboy, Caden Young.
So, a couple things the first interesting thing I heard about that was if other WSU students knew about it, and all of the people allegedly on the campus of Idaho knew about it by 9 a.m., how come he didn't hear about it? Secondly, and go over there right away.
Well, if I may,
hold on.
Lucy
Let me
Morningstar,
complete this before you nerd out.
No, I just want to give you one point. Lucy Morningstar, the Princess of Darkness, asserts that he was in Rathdrum at the time.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. That would explain.
I've not seen any evidence of this, and I do question his activities generally. So you make a good point.
Secondly, as far as so you have the supply side. We've discussed that at nauseum, and we have a lot of evidence that it's being trafficked through there, that it's being manufactured, whatever there. More importantly,
well, I think we're talking both, right? Depends on the circumstances, but I think you just described all of these things, right?
Where I'm getting at with this one, JJ, is as far as there's two things, and one is called Champagne and Shackles. Are you familiar with this one?
Champagne Supernova, great jam.
It's a game that they play called Just the Tip. No, it's where you zip tie yourself, or they zip tie you to somebody else, and it's considered an elegant game, like a luxury thing. You get dressed up, you go to this party, it's a Shackles and Champagne party, and you're zip tied together, and you have to finish a bottle of champagne or do whatever procedure. It's one of these kind of games that they play in college. Secondly,
two notes for you, sir, real quick. One, I don't drink, and two, you're barking up the wrong tree. Please continue.
I will bark all day at that tree, sir. And the secondly is another game that they play and it shows the level of usage, because in my opinion, Xanax is like a thing of the past. It would be something that I would never consider as a party alternative in college these days, but apparently it's the rage. And so they have something that they do where they give you the Xanax, but they give you the uppers at the same time. And the name eludes me for what they call it, climbing the ladder or something with a ladder. And so it apparently, it was in the interview with that Dave guy. And then I forgot who was playing it the other day.
Dave's not here, man. Dave's not here.
But the Xanax and the speed are, and they're combining
Dave's
them
not here, man,
to get a crazy kind of because when you're on Xanax, you would just expect to go to sleep, right? But when you add the amphetamine element, you're going to have this crazy buzz. You can drink, you can do whatever.
It's a hot shot.
And I'm sure there's sex
poor man's
involved
hot shot.
also. But that's funny, because that Dave's Not Here skit was an accident, because Cheech was knocking on the door, and there was a line that Chong was supposed to say, but he just decided to sit there quiet and fuck with him. And so he's like, Dave. He's like, Dave's not here, man. So
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was gonna rage quit if you didn't understand the reference.
Oh, I totally don't. No, Strawberry, man. He's nomming out again. I see Charlie up in those bushes right there. I'm gonna bail out, and you keep going. My favorite girl is the girl with the tongue that does the line of Ajax.
Oh, dude, that's everybody's favorite girl, dude. Get out of town.
She's the party animal, bro. But so it's very important to know that these elements are very popular. Whether you take or leave whatever this Dave guy says, as far as I believe he is conveying the truth when he talks about that how popular that these things are, and so it's a weekend thing. It's whatever,
I agree with you.
And they're
my understanding, based upon reports of locals in the area of this age who do all of these drugs we're discussing, who had some very Unfortunately, that's a very bad drug problems in recent years, that kind of thing. Again, folks that are close to me, because again, the children of some of my closest friends and dudes and whatnot, and my bootleg nephew, if you will. And, you know, from my understanding, from the things he's told me, things that I've been, my understanding of how things go up there, it's all available and it's readily available for his age group. There's no problems.
Okay, so the guys like us aren't unfamiliar with the party scene. We've been there, done that.
I've never partied, sir.
And you're familiar with, you know, you
I
get
grew up
some and the group uses it,
Mormon, sir. What are
and then you
talking
get some more. And so apparently this behavior is a lot more popular, is my point, that goes on. And so when you have that consistency, from what he says, they never had to drive for it. It was always brought to them.
There you go. I was going to say, that's my point, sir. Times have changed. I used to have a hard time getting Mexican brickweed when I was a teenager in Cincinnati, Ohio. And now you got people just bringing you Xanax, Molly,
right?
You know, yayo. You know what I mean?
That's
what I'm saying.
Times have changed,
dude. Well, not even a phone call, dude. A Snapchat, dude. That's what I'm saying. That these are the things, in my understanding, of these are how the things work specifically in that area, even, right?
Yeah, if you've seen, I guess the dark web right now is blowing up with a what was it, the Silk Road kind of thing. That right now that is kind of proliferated again. And the guy was talking about that you can get a passport.
Source,
I saw a video where you can get a passport for like $1,500. That's totally legit, supposedly, whatever. But one of the options was to be able to get, and you can just order it online, was any kind of substance.
Kane, can I give you a piece of advice? Don't order anything off that website. You're clearly missing the banner that's used in invisible ink that says "We are the feds." So you don't need those websites to get all these things. That's what I'm saying, dude. For a 20-year-old dude with this is a few years ago. Right now, he's older now, but 20-year-old dude who already had a major problem with a variety of drugs as a result of the ease and manner and availability of all these things directly around him. Right? That's what I'm saying. Like, the people who are selling these things, I'm sure, are not using that website. That's the feds there, by the way. Don't use that website, King.
Okay, I've changed. You've changed my mind and talked me down. All right, looks like you could use a 10-minute break there. I'm gonna cook up a couple of hula burgers, and we'll get back at it in about 15-20 minutes.
Can I make one more point?
One.
I'm gonna need more ketchup on those hula burgers, sir. I'll see you after the break.
Fair enough. Rage quit. All right, we'll be back. I'm gonna play this thing from Lucy Morningstar here.
Yeah, play us out.
I think here.
What does that mean? Play us out.
What am I, a clown to amuse you? Let me see.
It's that Bill O'Reilly clip. He's like, "What does it mean? Play us out." He doesn't even understand the words on.
That was a great clip. I should play that. This thing fucking sucks. Okay, what is this? United States District Court for the Middle District of Pennsylvania, United States of America versus Daquan Altari Alford and Daquan Altariki Alford. A seemingly straightforward warrant application sought to search his apartment, but the approved warrant visited the sins of the father upon the son. A subsequent Frank's motion revealed that Pennsylvania State Police and State Police Trooper Robert Williamson was describing two distinct... What is this? Is this something... Maybe I wasn't paying attention enough in chat. Alright, I'm going to run the... maybe Lucy wants to delve more into the... 136 pages of goodness gracious. We don't have... we go late here at the Purge. I don't know if we have the kind of time that it would take to read. Okay, we'll be back in 15 minutes. I'm going to run, if you missed the opening reel. And if you didn't, grab yourself a nice roast beef sandwich. Make your dog some mac and cheese. Go to the plop plop machine or whatever you may do. Okay, well, I didn't mean to intercept it then. I saw the link, I clicked on it. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to run the thing. And hopefully you enjoy that and do what you got to do. We will be back in about 15-20 minutes here. And hopefully Miss Jenn from Criminal Confidential will be joining us at that point and be nice. And then, yeah, there we go. That's everything I have. I hope everybody's having a great day. If you're new to the Purge, please hit that subscribe button and hit that like and get this show out there in the algorithm. As Sergeant Friday says, we need over 100 likes to make a difference. So make a difference in your town and just pop it. It's just 2 seconds away. And I'm just buying time trying to find the... It's here. I'm telling you. Pictures of you. I cannot. I have no alphabetical skills. I would have been a nightmare in the Dewey Decimal System. Where is... Did I lose it? I've lost it a long time ago. Okay. C, D, G... J. It's no longer there. Isn't that interesting? Let me do a search, I guess, for June. Oh my goodness. How did I lose it? I lost my whole month's folder. There it is. Where'd you go? Where are you? I don't know. I found it. Don't know what to make. Okay. I should do a throwback one. I'm gonna play the one from tonight, just so I get the double copyright strike like I did last week, and it took away the chat replay. And I apologize to whoever it was that said, please don't make your lives live only. And I'm gonna skip the kid part at the beginning. If you know, you know what I mean. Anyway, we've seen that one a million times here. I'm gonna start with this one for Lucy Morningstar. Here, let me see if we got the audio. No. I gotta start all over. JJ likes to watch me struggle, and I'm sure they're chatting right now, laughing about watching me struggle, as they always do. Out there and pointing fingers, snickering. He's bald. Look at that haircut. Sarge actually told me I had a bad haircut. I think I have a nice little fade going on. Alright. Here's your break, guys. I hope to see you back here in about 15-20 minutes. And I'm just going to play it.
He makes me fold my laundry and clean my room every single day.
No way.
Yeah. Yes way.
Dawson, I don't think he really wants you to live with me. I think that this is just a test.
You're incredible.
No, it's not.
You guys ready for some food? So, tonight we got chicken backs, and we're going to start with Shay. Next, Maya. We got Oliver. And we got Graybird. We got
Just
Ivy.
that sound is like, all you can think is like salmonella, salmonella.
Marley.
So you're gonna get salmonella. They got wrought iron pit gut though.
We got Callie, can you catch?
$35 ghost disturbance fee? Where are you? Float your translucent ass back out here right now.
What do you do if you don't like your roommates? Oh, Maddie? Oh, okay.
What are you asking for?
I need organic grass-fed steak with the bone in, but vegan.
Yeah, there is no bone.
I need the bone in it for this recipe to marinate with the
that's not how the vegan part works. It defeats the whole purpose. But is there anything else?
Okay.
I could show you where the...
Yeah, you have organic beer? At least?
No, just like this.
You don't have organic. This is Whole Foods.
I know.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for nothing.
She is full of eggs, or an alligator. She is full of something. Look at this son of a gun.
Awesome setup. Look at here. Bags. Unsealed evidence bags. Open bags. No labeling. That's a big no-no. There's no crime scene evidence tape on that at all. So you're going to watch this area, okay? This is them going up the stairs, because I'm just showing you again, because I know it's a little hard to see sometimes. They go up the stairs. They're chitty-chatting. Now watch this person over here in the stairwell. Somebody's over there. They just took that booty off. Did you see that? Okay, so that blue booty just came off, and he's putting the blue booty on over here, leaning his butt up against the wall. Okay, she's got one arm, but we're just gonna step all over the ground. Like, I don't understand what they think the booties are for. It's like they think it's to protect their feet.
I know, right?
Don't die. See how hard that is? Be careful.
Holy.
Yo, KB, is that the name you claim? Rolling through genres, let me play this game. Rap like a madman, Eminem with the slang, spitting bars so sharp like a rap hangman. From YouTube fame to Idaho's wild ride, you're breaking it down, putting truths aside. Kane B got the purge, no doubt he's the king, breaking down the case like a YouTube machine. Kane B the purge, bringing heat in the booth. Facts on the table, there's no room for proof. Throwing down lyrics while the world's watching. Is it guilty or free? That's the question we're knocking. Kane B the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's letting go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Here's my bubblegum pop, you ready or not? Kane B's in the mix with the case so hot. Rap, rock, pop, he's switching it up. Dancing through the genres like a YouTube cup. Got Kane B, the purge, putting the story in flow. Breaking it down with humor, watch the case blow. Boom, Kane B's riding with electric groove. Breaking it down, yeah, he's on the move. He's got the purge, so come and watch him reign. Sipping on knowledge like it's truth on a train. Kane B the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. He's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Now here I am, R&B vibes on deck. Let's get a little smooth, but don't forget, I'm bringing humor, I'm bringing the sound. But this case got us all spinning round. KB with the truth, it's hard to ignore. Like waiting for that next chapter in the lore.
right, there's one. In the interest of giving Miss Potts, I'm very disappointed that you won't even try. I think there's a lot of people out there that need some snark tonight. You could really use hearing from me. If you give it a shot, I would be most appreciative. But I'm not going to put any pressure. No pressure on you. JJ, if Jen can do it, I'm just saying. I'm trying to draw Jen out of the woodwork. I texted her. I'm not sure. She's half an hour late already. So we'll see what happens there with that. Let's see. I had something else I wanted to play also as well. Let me see where that is. And where's the folder? Okay. So I don't know where my June folder. Oh, there it is. I found it. Okay. What was it I wanted to play? I forgot. You guys, does anybody remember what this? I did want to talk about both J-Rod on point and A.R. Hayes. A.R. Hayes with the initial reports of the Vegas thing, and then J-Rod on point did a follow-up on the guy, and I guess the shooter in that case's webpage was still up when he gathered his information or whatever. Very, very good journalism on both their parts. Really good stuff. More cowbell and AC. Yeah, I apologize. I have just the fan on now, so hopefully it's a little quieter. It is hot here. Even at night, it doesn't go below 80 anymore, unless it rains. That's why I keep craving for the... Yeah, I know. It won't hurt you. I promise it doesn't bite. Just like Meanie doesn't bite. Let's see. I'll see you when you pop up back there. So I'm watching. I'm trying to think what I want. Maybe it's in Mews. There's... Darn it. What was it? Let's see. Oh! I know what I wanted to do since Meg P likes her AI videos so well. What's this video? I thought that in the interim, despite your opinion, I thought it was a pretty good follow-up piece there. Hey, there's Miss Snark. All right. Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me, darling? Echo. Oh, I might have popped you out. Try again. I don't know if that... I was trying to set the audio. She gets in here and I pop her out by accident. I apologize. Here's the link one more time, just in case. Is that too fast for fleas? Too fast? Yes! Too fast for fleas. Maybe I'll play some guitar while we wait here. Enjoy some elevator tunes from Kane's guitar. Yeah, hopefully the guy's not too mad at me with my other guitar. You were in here, and I think I accidentally clicked you out, Miss Spots. So if you try again, I appreciate it. Just give one more shot there. Too much of that, right? You were popped in here for a second. Yeah, the Malagueña. That's a really good... I could probably figure... I'm waiting to really do the good stuff. When I get my electric back, it'll be a whole different... I never play the acoustic. I don't even pick this thing up. Although I like this guitar. I'll tell you who else is really good is Jerry Reed with the Eastbound and Down. I had that little we're gonna do what they say can't be done. I forgot. I completely forgot. I forget everything. I've learned the song Roxanne like 3,000 times now, and for some reason I can't even look at it. It's like that. It's so bad. How does it start? I can't even. Something. I can't even remember. It drives me crazy. Now it's getting to the point where I'm forgetting my own tunes, and that's. I mean, I can play them, but it's not. Is the guitar loud? I gotta show off for Doug a little bit. Sorry. Why can I never? That's how you're supposed to finish every Roy Clark song. I never. I kind of like the thing I was doing in the beginning, though, if anyone was listening. Now I forgot that. Oh, I'm burning my drum. Oops, hang on 1 second here. We'll bring JJ back in a minute here. I haven't seen Miss Potts make a second attempt. G minor, there's G. I could do right now. I got it in. Oh wait, I don't have it in open tune. G minor, D. What song is it again? Malagueña. Let's see, but it's totally different feeling. Have not heard back from Jenn yet either. Maybe we'll shut it down there. What are we at? Oh, going on 3 hours. Well, I think we've covered a lot today. Yeah, on The Odd Couple, I've seen that clip. He rocks everything he did. One of the most amazing guitar players. And he can tell dad jokes at the same time. Yeah, I sing sometimes, man. Come on, bro. You really put me on the spot. That's why I'm so nasally in my regular voice. I don't know if I can even. Yeah, my voice is too rough right now. I feel it in the back. Next time, username. All right, yeah, join me. I'm embarrassing myself. I'll do better on the electric. Even my amp now, you can see there's a lonely spot under my mandolin. Where the little Mustang, that Fender Twin or Fender, one of the Fenders, is a pretty good amp. It's got a bad potentiometer on the master volume, so I need to replace that. Not a big deal. And then yeah, I got a shirt hanging over my light for ambiance today, and that's what the whole getup looks like. And this is how I clone JJ right here. That's the I can't reveal the inner workings. And there's my high resolution monitor down there at the bottom. But yeah, usually the Mustang sits right there, and now it's in the shop with the guy who I yelled at. So, I mean, he was just, it's not my fault. It's like, dude, you're the electronics guy. I can do this, but I want to... Did I explain this already? I don't know. Camera down. Camera down. JJ down. Alright, let me double check on Jenn here. Hello. Who's that? That's Trish. Yeah, no word from Jenn. I don't know what she's going on. Hello. Miss Potts can't come on. The operator. I could give you my phone number and you could call in, but I know you don't trust people of the interwebs. So, even me, after all this time, we've been thick as thieves since at least, I want to say going back to November of last year. But that's... You could even do a three-way call through Lucy Morningstar. JJ, is that you, sir? Hold on, I think we got a JJ sighting here. JJ back. And that's what I wanted to do. Dag nabbit. Alright, if JJ's not here totally back yet, let me go. I wanted to look at what we have. Okay. Alright, nobody's blaming you. It's all good. Maybe try a different browser. I don't know. Maybe it's the only suggestion I can think of. Anyway, it's not a big deal. I appreciate you being here. We'd love to hear from you, but if you can't do it, no worries. Alright. So I wanted... Let's pull up documents. Documents. Wow, I have a lot of them open. Holy crap. This shouldn't be legal. Alright, let me see. Oh, and I wanted to do the Meg P create a video also as well. So let me open that window, and that's really going to slow up my computer. Let's see here. It works. And let's pull that up real quick, and I'll do a quick one here. What do we do? How do you do this? Switch over, do all the things. Ding, 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 dong, ding. Okay, so this is the web page that I use to make my thing. And JJ has another one. Where'd he go? JJ's disappeared. I'll say, okay, so all you do is I'm going to have to log out. Oh, I have 100 points. Okay, so they refresh your points every day. And so what you do is you go over here and you click on video. And then you drag a video in, I think. Is that right? Do I have an image? Drag, paste an image. Yeah, okay. So I will drag an image in. I think I have it queued up here somewhere. And it takes about 20 minutes for it to load, so to speak. And so that we'll set it up now. And then we'll come back and check on it later.
Is this the purge? Is this the purge we purging?
Did the link work, JJ? Are you okay? Is everything all right, sir?
Is this the purge?
You've gotten very dark behind you. I notice.
Yeah, it got real dark real fast. What are we doing? What are we looking at?
Well, we were trying to get Missy Potts up here, but
I heard that, dude. I was excited.
I know she was in here for just a brief second, and then I think I might have blocked her. Who knows? I was trying to hit audio settings.
You're pretty notorious for cloning, folks. I'm surprised you didn't clone her.
It's probably a good move on her part that she got away while she could, because once I got her.
Yeah, right.
So
she knows better, dude. You're plotting, dude. You're out here cloning, folks.
I have, a few days between shows to develop a plan, JJ, and I use them all to my advantage, believe me. Let's see here. What one do I want to clone now? What, you got me in clone mode. Now I'm cloning everything. Oh, I know where it is. It's under AI. Hang on. Here it is. It's got to be here. No, that's not the right one. So how are you feeling, JJ? Did you get a fever booster coming in? Clicking the link.
I'd say strong to moderately strong.
Say again?
You said, how am I feeling? I'd say it's strong to moderately strong.
Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your current?
Well, here's the thing, bud. I only do scales of 1 and 0, and if it ain't a 1, it's a 0. You know what I mean?
Where'd it go? Why didn't it load? Okay, I know where to go now. I got this covered. Hold on right there. Here.
But on that scale, I'm a 1, friend, all day, every day.
I'm not. What's the difference between 1 and 0, though? I'm trying.
1's a go, 0's a no-go. You know what I mean?
1's a go. I like that. Okay, I can hang with that. For some
people
reason,
get lost in things. Like, I had one of my old mentors. This is the philosophy he taught me years ago, and I immediately adapted it in my life. That's how much I loved it, because folks get lost in these ideas of a scale of 1 to 10. And be like, go fuck yourself. You're gonna do it if it's a 1 or a 0. 1's a go, 0's a no go. Don't get lost in the details. You know what I mean? Even with ladies, right? Folks, a lot of, especially in the military, like, oh, that, she's hot. Scale of 1 to 10, how hot is she? She's either a 1 or a 0, friend. You're either doing it or you're not doing it.
I think I sent Miss Potts the wrong link.
That sounds about right.
That's totally purge normal. I apologize for that, Miss Potts. Please try again. I apologize. If you would like to join us, I would appreciate it. Here we are, JJ, in the year 2025. This year is flying by, bud. We're halfway through it already. I mean, we're looking at July 4th coming up around the corner here. And a lot of other bullshit that I can, while we wait for Miss Potts.
Birthday of America.
Yes, very proud day in the Americas, such as Iraq, such as
Happy birthday, America.
Yes, sir. We're going to make it. I have a great, strong feeling. Yeah, I sent Miss Potts the wrong link. She's like, it keeps coming up blank. I'm like, boy, that's what she said. If I had a penny every time I heard that. Okay, so what we've done, right now we're doing a demonstration on how to purge and how to do a Meg-P video. And so what you have to do is you have the picture now. We have the picture loaded, so to speak. And I'm going to make this, if MUST Pots come in, we'll hear. And so you go down here and it's called a prompt. It's very easy. And you can actually have, I'll show you, you can brainstorm with DeepSeek. And so let's say Grand Budapest Hotel style. And we pick that. And now it's thinking, let me move JJ. And now you can you see it thinking?
Don't clone me, Kane. Don't clone me.
I put you behind me. So I got your 6. Okay, so it comes up. A concierge, are you seeing this? Yeah, you're seeing it pop. In a vibrant pink uniform with a gold. And so I'll just go with whatever they say. And what you do now is you just copy this deeply thought thing here and paste it over into the prompt. And sometimes I'll just type in something, some weird phrase and sees what happens. But right now, okay. So I'll use those credits on that. It started, and you'll see here in a second, I think. What's going on here, JJ? Yeah, okay. It's creating, and it'll take, you typically, peak times, it takes 20 minutes. It might only take 10. So we'll come back and check that in just a minute. And for right now, let's look at some documents. See what's going on in the world of Brian Kohberger case.
Here at the Purge, you can assure yourself of a few things. Here at the Purge, you're going to hear some fast food talk, some type 2 diabetes focused conversation, and now a new edition, AI instruction videos.
It's just a service that I offer. I can't believe I gave her the wrong link, and I'm sitting there trying to defend it. Oh gosh! And also Rumble, my friends. Please, if you have not, you don't have to like sign over your life or anything like that. But this is my Rumble page here, and I'll give you JJ's in just a moment. Actually, this is JJ's. Let me go to your main page, so to speak, JJ. We would love to have you over on Rumble. It's a much more immersed chat experience, and we can do a lot more things over there. Let me show the folks, JJ at home. what is going on the Rumble. So this is what it looks like over there, and you can do all kinds of cool stuff. So that's Operation GCD. If you wouldn't mind, take the time to sub up to JJ right there, and I'll go to my page here. And wait, let me go to my channel here. And this is my page, and you'll find me. And JJ did discover that I have a secret second Rumble page over there, and that is the main one. The other one shall remain a secret. I don't know what kind of instruments and tools he was using to find my alternate one, but I think I actually just made that by mistake or whatever. But there's my page right there.
Well, you had 13 subscribers, I think, on one of them.
Yeah, on this one I have...
You got 9 on the other, I believe.
This one has 23 followers as of right now. And it's funny, if Trish is still watching, if he hasn't fallen asleep, I was a teenage SWAT team leader.
Yeah, that's where that picture's from.
Oh, is that true? Okay.
Yeah, I'm Muppetized myself.
You were a Muppet SWAT leader. That's incredible.
I got
kidnapped
by a roving band of Muppets earlier today, but yeah, that's my teenage SWAT team leader years.
We won't hold it against... I didn't know you were on a SWAT team.
I'm a graduate. Yes, I'm a graduate of the U.S. Army School of SWAT and their sniper school.
All right, here we got some...
The Air Force thought so highly of my skills, my shooting skills, that they sent me to the Army schools, too.
They got rid of you and sent you to the Army?
Well, no, but, I mean, they get a couple seats a year, but you know what I mean? Like, they only send
Right.
a couple people, you know what I mean? I had the opportunity.
Did you ever do SWAT as a job?
For the first 4 years of my career, or actually first almost 6 years, yeah.
That is what we are. No one in between.
Between patrolmen and SWAT, and you know, because you're not. I mean, you're on a lot of time. You're on call. You know what I mean? So.
Run away with me. I'm singing this directly for. I've tried to romance and wine and dine too fast over and over and over, and it just hasn't paid off. So if he wants me to sing Islands in the Stream to him, damn it, that's what it takes. All right,
I'm not going to do a duet Dolly Parton style with you. Don't even ask.
Oh, you want to do Cruising, don't you?
No. She did Islands in the Stream with Kenny Rogers, dude, the gambler.
No. You want to do
Shut your face.
Huey Lewis
You
in the
shut your
News.
I love Huey Lewis in the News. We talking about a new drug?
We're talking about yacht rock right now. Too Faust. If it was German, it'd be Too Faust.
Are you familiar with that story, though, of how Huey Lewis got into a multi-decade beef with, what's his name, the Ghostbusters dude?
Bill Murray?
No, the guy who sang the song. He stole the whole song from Huey Lewis.
Which one, the Ghostbusters song?
Yeah, that's a Huey Lewis song called A Brand New Drug, and then the dude stole it from him, and they've been fighting ever since.
I like that song. I like Huey Lewis.
Well, if you listen to the beats of that song and the even like they basically just filled in some new words, dude. It's the same damn song, man.
You know, I think one of the best songs ever recorded and put out on the for public consumption was now I forgot. Schindler.
I think it was the soundtrack to Schindler's List.
Oh God! Oh my God! How did I forget that quickly? Her name was Lola, and I played it on the guitar before. She was a showgirl when her dress cut up to there, in her hair. If you're not a Manilow fan, I get it, but you got to admit that that's a pretty good song. Hi, Noel.
I'm
Very
not a
nice
Manilow
to have
fan
you with
because
us
I'm
today.
hetero.
She's right on with the tip to be square. They were a great band. They had the full horn section. And that takes a lot of work, but...
Did you say Barry Manilow was a great band?
I said... No, I was agreeing with Noel that Huey Lewis and the News were... The News were up
rage
there
quit on you, friend. I was about to say, I cannot associate
Chicago,
with Barry Manilow fans like this. I'm out of here.
Barry Manilow?
Yeah, if you were going to say that you were a Barry Manilow super fan, I was going to rage quit, dude. I'm out.
What? Are you still upset that they found out you raided his closet?
I'm still
when
upset
you were a
that Barry
SWAT
Manilow's
team
a
member
thing.
in the Muppets. He was sent in by Janet Reno to raid Barry Manilow's closet looking for Elian Gonzalez.
I was about to say exactly, right? Exactly.
What is the date today, JJ?
Today would be June 12th.
All right. So it looks like we got 2 new documents. Are you ready? Are you holding your breath right now?
Well, if we're referring to the Hitler's order to seal the order to seal, so he sealed an order, and then he sealed the sealing of that order because he's basically maintaining his attitude of, you all can go fuck yourselves. But yes, please.
I mean, he literally said that nothing else in this case needed to be sealed, and then forever after, everything is like double sealed now, like a Ziploc.
Yep, it did, dude. He put it on double frontal probation, dude. Double frontal
secret
sealing
probation. All right, let's see what this second. Let's start with the second one because Miss Potts isn't here to read it. Let me double check to see if Miss Potts tried again. God bless her for her efforts to put up with me on this show. She says thanks for putting up with us, but I know what she means. I know it's just like when I was on the Tommy Jude's show. I said, "Are you calling me an asshole?" He's like, "Why do you think I called you a character, Kane?" It was funnier then. Okay.
I don't know who that is.
It looks like it was filed by the defense, in my opinion, on a date.
What does it say?
As of today. In the district court of the 4th Judicial District of the state of Idaho, in and for the county of Ada. State of Idaho plaintiff versus Koberger defendant. Case number, motion to seal defendant's notice of filing amended exhibit chart. So now they're sealing the exhibit chart. Honestly, I think that the reason that they're sealing the exhibits, what do you think it is? Are you there?
Oh, hold on one second. I walked across.
Using the plop machine over there, bro?
No, I wanted to close the door. Give me 1 second. I'll answer that question.
Are we closing the door to Miss Potts coming on the show? Is that what's happening?
It's the same reason they seal the jury instructions, right? It's first of all, it's fucking asinine. But what else? What are the new details? So the jury instructions are a standard format, so they're going to add some new details in there that they don't want us to see, I suppose, right? Same.
Say that again, JJ, in English.
So what we're seeing is the same thing, right? So Hitler sealed the jury instructions, right? So the jury instructions, anyone can go look at the Idaho jury instructions, right? So it's a standard format, like most things in law, because most attorneys are fucking retarded. So no offense to, again, with the terminology, that's just simply my opinion. It's a technical theory, but
mentally incapable, maybe.
Mentally, well, here we go. They have the low IQ. How about that? We got a lot of low IQ activity going on in the lawyer community. Sure. Most things are forms. They just fill in the blanks, Mad Lib style. So the jury instructions are no different. And then, for each case, they change, they add a few details and whatnot. So
it's never whatever they added here, very much.
No, it doesn't very much at all. No. So I'm assuming they added some details they don't want folks to see, right? But it's the same deal as sealing this stuff, right?
I'm pretty sure at this point that they've sealed the parking passes and the subpoenas to bring whatever you'd call it when you sequester a jury. I'm sure they've sealed the toilet paper in the bathrooms at this point.
Oh, were you waiting on me to respond?
Not really. I was reading this document.
I don't disagree, dude, because, here's the thing. Again, why are we sealing jury instructions?
Right.
We're not sealing jurors' names. We're just sealing the order in which the jurors received from the court, which, again, is public record.
So, Miss Potts posted, or somebody posted something today, I think it was Miss Potts, that was discussing what the exhibits were. And whatever they sealed it for was perhaps they found either the knife that was used in the atrocities, or they found Koberger's knife, and it doesn't fit the sheath. The one he ordered, allegedly.
I'm gonna go with the latter as opposed to the former. So here we go. They keep doing these things, right? They want to make it appear like they have some evidence. They do that, like you're saying, because they don't have shit, man. You know what I mean? Like, this is,
Really? I thought at this point they had a mountain of evidence. That's weird that you say that.
I think the biggest bombshell that they're hiding and sealing those exhibits is in fact the Meowery report.
Let me read this, damn it. Comes now, Brian Koberger, by and through his attorney of record, and hereby moves. Look, you know what I'm finding with these documents? That they keep getting shorter and briefer.
Yup.
Every single time. This is literally like 4 sentences.
I'm sure she's been instructed that way as well, and she's just complying with the orders of the guidance of the judge in the court, right?
Right.
So,
it was such a nice, graceful thing that he did, allowing her to exceed the 36-page limit earlier.
Right, exactly. And
My
if you look at
goodness.
the way they did the press conferences you were talking about before, that each one had less and less information until they said, "Look, we're part of the Hitler Friends and Family program. Y'all can go fuck yourself."
We're
They've never done a press conference since.
Because there were so many promises that those details would be revealed later on, and they knew that they were just digging themselves a deeper and deeper hole every time they opened their mouths.
Yep.
So this gag order potentially gives them the out to, well, we couldn't hold press conferences because there's a gag order on everything. God forbid we keep the public.
Kane, if I may, Steve G says gag orders are for matters of national security.
Do you believe him?
This may be the only time I find agreement with Steve G.
I just sent Jen the Rumble link. I am way off today. Let me get that for
Dude, you're batting 2 for 2, friend. What you need me to? You need some assistance?
I
You need some
told
backup?
you, dude, they were beaming dreams into my brain hole, bro. What do you freaking want from me? They've completely taken over my mind. I don't know how else to explain it.
For backup. You need some backup?
I might need you to stand sentry at my bedside until this whole thing passes. My brain is so large.
No, it's not me. I got a team of Muppets on standby to assist you, though.
Send in the cavalry, bro. I'm gonna need Fozzie Bear. I'm gonna need the hippie chick from the band. Let's see here. I'll get this.
Well, unfortunately, you're getting the Beaker squad. It's just all Beakers.
Beaker. I wouldn't mind the Swedish chef. I know you want some Persian food.
Well, he's the team leader. In fact, he's the team leader of the Beakers.
All he's gonna do is make little Swedish meatballs. Let's be honest. He's a Muppet. Damn it.
How dare you, sir?
You love Muppets. State of Idaho plaintiff versus Brian Koberger. This one's even shorter. They might as well have just written, "Fuck you."
I'm telling you, dude, they've been told to knock it off with a public filing.
Dude, the friends and family plan, they didn't even give you the 800 number with the thing. The court having before it the motion to seal defendant's notice. I mean, it's such a tongue twister. Motion to seal defendant's notice of filing amended exhibit. Oh my God, who is that?
Is this the purge?
Are we purging?
Are loud.
We purging?
Jen, is that you?
It's me, but can you hear my loud ass air conditioner?
No.
No,
Okay,
you're
good.
coming loud and clear, but not.
Alright, good, because I'm not turning it off. It's hot as balls.
You're not kidding, dude. People were complaining about mine, but mine is seriously loud. But you're okay. No, you're fine. I know it might break down before we hear it, actually.
What? Yours?
No, your ghetto ass air conditioner.
No,
judging from the wiring in your apartment, I'm just teasing.
Oh, that was the cable line.
Yeah.
And the black mold?
Her cable line literally disappears into the carpet, comes back out through the wall, has like 3 rats attached to it. It's nuts.
Yikes.
Hey!
Hey!
Rats.
Hey, what's wrong with
rats?
rats?
Building.
Nothing wrong
Listen,
with a couple
I
rats.
told you, New York's expensive.
Yeah, I can't believe
$2,300 for a one bedroom. That's how it starts.
I was talking to an old man the other day down by the wharf.
Isn't that crazy?
And he said it's always been that way.
27.
It's always been that way.
It's insane, right?
All of my friends moved out of the city years ago because of these prices.
So leave my old building alone.
I'm happy you got a roof over your head, for God's sake. Come on.
Yeah, me too.
Those prices are so crazy. Folks commute from like 2 hours away, don't they, just to get into the city up there?
It's insanity. Like almost $3,000 for like an old ass 2-bedroom. Like you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You really can't you can't afford to live on one income up in New York. Like you need 2 people.
Well, even then, right?
Yeah, you can make $100,000 and like even then you're just living like okay. You know, you're good.
You're not living high on the hog at all.
Yeah, anywhere else that'll be upper middle class.
Yeah,
I don't know. I honestly hate to tell you what you would get for $3,000 a month in Florida.
Listen, I'm a born and raised native of Miami, Florida, so you don't got to tell me. I know, and I don't want to remind myself. It makes me sick.
Well, welcome in, Jen. Nice to have you here today. Do you have any stories to share about your day today?
Do you have any fast food news?
Okay.
Perhaps you have some fast food news to share with us.
He wants some Persian food, Jen.
Oh, it's so good.
He's been craving it. I have now, too. And it wasn't even a thought in the back of my brain hole before.
Yeah.
But now that we're in the chat hole, oh my gosh, I want some good... That's why I put the spice on my eggs today. I was trying to get exotic with it, trying to be Mediterranean.
There you go.
Did you ever have like the crispy rice, like the tahdig? Did you ever try that?
Yeah. That sounds really good. Somebody on the chat the other day was talking about putting together some chicken and rice, which I haven't been able to get out of my chat hole.
Some pollo.
Oh, now you're talking Mexican. We did a partial of the show on Poblanos, which is a fancy Mexican spot that it's taking over the Village Inns down here, so no more pies, but you get Poblanos.
Is
it
owned by Scientology?
Right? Is that like a jalapeno?
Oh yeah, they're all owned by Scientology, sure. A jalapeno what?
A poblano is a kind of pepper, right? Poblano pepper.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay, that's good information. I know the word mar means sea.
Wait, what?
M-A-R, that means sea.
In what language?
In Spanish.
Mar means sea, like the ocean? Oh yeah, like Playa del Mar is... Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, Playa del Mar, that's San Diego.
I can see all the bad words.
Si, senor, but don't say them here.
Playa del Mar is in San Diego? I thought that was in Los Angeles, King. I'm going to have to object on that one, sir.
Well, Del Mar is part of San Diego County. Playa del Mar, you may be right.
It means something, I guess, Del Mar, Del Ocean. I don't know.
I think it's actually Playa del Rey now that I was just being a jackass.
It doesn't really matter, JJ, because the protesters have it blocked off. You couldn't get there if you tried anyway.
You know, dude, I think a lot of that's a lot of tomfoolery, and I don't want to go full process here, but I am shocked, not shocked to see Jody Sweeten.
This is the best show we've ever done.
From the Full House show out there in front of things, you know.
Everything is a process church.
Well, the executive producer of Full House purchased this yellow drive home of the Tate Polanski murders, and he's got some deep connections to none other than Yo Bob.
You can't deny that one. That one's pretty strong. And, you know, the Mormons are coming for us also.
Well,
I was watching...
Who do you think runs the process church according to their corporate documents? They have a quorum of the 70. I would argue that's the Mormons' quorum of the 70 because when the process came to America, they first registered in Utah, and then now everybody says they first registered in Louisiana, which they did do that, but that's a false narrative to deter away from Utah where they're at today. And I would argue they've always been controlled by
I submit that it could be Jenny. Jenny might have had the perfect shows for that.
Well, you know, shit, now I forgot what I was saying. Oh, I'm pretty sure Jack D's family is, or at least his aunt is, because she posted something about like a mission, her son going on a mission or something like that.
No shit. Is this the Nazi lady?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Patriot Front lady.
Yeah,
Yep.
that thing
she's
with the
a
U-Haul.
bad Mormon. Holy shit, she's a trifecta. She's prolific.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to do some more deep diving in her Mormon stuff. If
I'm telling you, I have a hunch.
Yeah.
I just feel like, I don't know. And it
Well,
doesn't have to be like.
I'm going to be honest with you, Jen. The Mormons are Nazis. They didn't let folks hold the priesthood who weren't white until 1978. So
I was watching this show on Netflix. I forget what it was called, but like it was like kind of like a Western type, but it was about the west part of the country, basically, like before anyone settled it, when it was just like a freaking free for all, and they had like the Mormon militia.
Yep.
And it was like they were just like warring out there. It was nuts. They were scalping people. Like it was insane. But the Mormon militia was the worst. They were the worst ones. They were the worst ones.
That's because it was their country. They called it Deseret.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
There was a guy playing Brigham Young. It was just.
So the first thing Brigham Young does. So Brigham Young's version of Mormon stuff is different than Joseph Smith's version of Mormon stuff, and I can demonstrate that. But just to make that point. Numerous ways, but just to make that point, the first thing Brigham Young does when he makes it to Salt Lake City is takes a meeting with essentially the James Bond of the era for MI6. So and then he starts recruiting folks from England into the church. So he's got some deep British roots and British interests, if you ask me. His whole effort does.
Well, also another little tinfoil hat Mormon connection. The Joseph Smith had written in his journal on November 13th about it was like the first recorded meteor shower in history in 1833, and he wrote that it was the second coming of Christ.
Yep. So when he forms the Church of Christ, which I actually just did a show with Heidi Love, who's a former Mormon on Unfiltered Lies podcast, where we were discussing how this idea of the Mormon Church goes way back further in the Smith family, but Joseph Smith creates the Mormon Church on April of 1830. So one of the first apocalyptic, things he predicted was that what you're describing there. And when it failed, much like these other ancient alien cargo cult apocalyptic religions, they just choose a new date.
Yeah, I guess because think about it. Back in 1833, if there was like,
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, you see thousands of meteors in the sky, shooting stars. They look like, and you're probably like, "What the hell is going on right now?" Compared to usually, there's like maybe like 10 or 12 an hour. There was like thousands per hour, so
for sure,
looked crazy. So I could see why someone religious would think it was the second coming of Christ. I could totally see that.
Well, I think these people might believe that. Again, it's part of their alien belief systems they want to convince other folks of, right?
The magic underwear, the planets, all that.
Yeah. Well, when Smith, so the one thing that the Mormons hide today is the ceremonial magic aspects to all these things. And Smith dies with a Jupiter amulet or talisman and a Mars dagger on his person when he's murdered, giving the grand hailing sign of distress of Freemasonry to fellow Freemasons at the Carthage, Illinois prison where he was murdered.
What was I going to say? Hold on, I just blanked for a second. You know about the second anointing?
Yeah.
So it's like a get out of jail free card, basically. Like you're getting into heaven no matter what. Doesn't matter what you do now.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that. Like not even most Mormons don't even know about that ceremony.
No, I mean they got a lot of secret shit you only find out about. Just like Scientology, they don't tell you about Xenu until you get like $100,000 in, right? You know what I mean? Or the body things, the little aliens that are stuck to your body. You got to fix those first, bud. So the Mormons, I think one thing to consider is you were describing this turmoil in the West. Well, they owned the West. This was not America. This was not Mexico. This was now Deseret.
Right.
So the area in Idaho we're describing at one point in time was Deseret, and in my opinion still is Deseret. And there is a fundamentalist Idaho fundamentalist Mormon family, very wealthy, billions of dollars. I think they have some strong, deep old school history into that northern Idaho area. And again, it's important to note, we're talking deep old Mormon stuff, just with this Deseret stuff, that Dylan Mortenson's family, her ancestor Mortenson, and the Gooch's husband, right, his ancestor Gooch, they migrated across America on the same wagon train in 1854.
They were together.
Yeah, and so is Grub Truck Mortensen, his ancestor Mortensen too. They were all on the same way. They all migrate through Iowa and in Nebraska on the same wagon trains.
Now, I was thinking, okay, there's all these possibilities and all these possible perpetrators in this case. Like, it's insane how many options there are. A lot of them, like, you sit there and you're like, well, what could be the connection with these people, these two groups? I feel like religion is like the only thing that could connect some of these, possible co-conspirators. And it's also something that would be strong enough of a belief and a power to keep people quiet, maybe.
For sure. And again, if you own the property before anyone else got there, you kind of rule the roost in that respect, right?
Right, exactly. There's a lot of like original families, like original settlers in Idaho, and Idaho's just different. Nothing negative. It's just they have a lot of pride in their state. They don't like outsiders, and all the people that were unalive happen to be outsiders.
Yeah, I would argue that pride is just nonsense because it's a fucking den of iniquity, if you ask me. If you look at all the fucking drug trafficking and other hood rat shit that goes on there.
Yeah, well, true.
I'm very critical, so don't have, I mean, I'm obviously going to be a little bit cantankerous about the situation. I'm a garbage can, dude. I live in a garbage can.
Ornery.
There you go.
Yeah, so I don't know.
I have no patience for that kind of activity.
I don't either necessarily, but it's like I feel like that's everywhere, so that's why.
Right, but when you see it so flagrant that law enforcement and other authorities are
see, that's the problem.
At worst, bending and looking the other way, then again, I have zero tolerance for that activity.
Listen, I hate to interrupt this nerd fest over here, but listen, the JJ meter is off the Richter right now.
How dare you?
The what?
I invented a JJ meter to when JJ starts nerding out that it goes into the and shuts him down. I'm just kidding. But Jen, I want to take a hard left right here. Okay, and I briefly mentioned the topic that we were discussing. Did you finish your video on that?
No.
Can we talk about it?
Wait, what was it again? Give me a hint.
The shed.
Oh, yeah, sure. Why not? Fuck it.
Okay, good. All right, you give us a brief synopsis of what we were talking about.
Okay, so a lot of times police stations will have like little satellite little
substations
offices.
Kind of stuff.
Yeah, like little. It looks like a little like a one of those like a tiny home or like a fancy shed.
Yeah, they have a lot of them around here.
Right, like they're just little little offices where there's not always someone there necessarily, but whatever. So I was wondering what there. Can you want to pull up a picture so they know what I'm talking about? There's like this small. I want to call it a shed because it's shed shaped, but it's really not a shed. Right next to those stairs that connect Taylor Avenue.
Just on the other side of the fence, right?
The ones that connect Queen Road and Taylor Avenue. They go in between those
more
buildings.
or less by the dumpster there, right?
Kind of. Right across from the driveway of King Road, and it goes in between those buildings. You want to pull a picture up?
Yeah, do you have a link?
No, can you just Google the address on maps?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Tax Max Thunder
Get
Cloud.
to work. Get that whip, Jen. Get to work, Kane.
I don't know what I've been doing all this time before she got here. How I even function.
Anyway, so I was thinking, like, what's there? Like, what is it for? And then I remembered that antenna that's on that pole in the back of the King Road house. And I'm wondering if it's some sort of police substation, or like maybe the campus police use that little shed office, and maybe that antenna thing is like for like radio service or whatever, because I know they have a problem in Moscow with communications, like for first responders, etc., because of the infrastructure, and also when you have like the mountain and certain things blocking the reception. So it was just a thought.
Okay.
Do you have a picture of this? Because what you're describing to me makes a lot of sense. They're going to have those kind of repeater stations out there.
Right. Hold on. Kane, are you doing it or you want me to do it?
What is that?
Is there a tornado
Who
happening?
is that? Who is
I
that?
think we're under tornado
Holy
alert.
shit.
That's you, JJ?
That's me. What
No,
the
it's not
hell's
me, but
going
somebody
on?
is.
Oh.
I think Noelle got into my
Hold
back
on,
room.
Kane. You want me to email you what I'm talking about? Let me see. If
No.
I can
I'm
Got
working
it?
on it. I'm working on it. You guys keep talking.
I'll say we got perfect weather here today. It's 70 degrees and it's clear out there right now.
It stopped raining. It stopped thundering and lightning. 1, 2.
So basically, you know how the noise complaints, for example, like the one that was at nighttime, there was like so many officers there, right? Like it's like, why are you guys all here for a noise complaint? And I'm wondering if maybe they were already there. Or remember the video I did with that guy that was yelling at JLR and cursing him out that got arrested? And
The black guy.
You see like 6 or 7, at least 5 to 7 officers all of a sudden walk up those stairs coming from the Taylor Avenue parking lot where that dumpster
Like
was.
they were already there.
Right, like they were already there. The Banfield cops, why were they sitting right there in that parking lot? Maybe because they were already there.
Yup.
Help me out here, guys. How do
That's
I
a good thought. That's a really good thought because it's right by campus, and that would be a good place to put it, right by where they're always getting these complaints.
Well,
right?
imagine the implications if that's true and people knew about it, and you have the 911 call situation.
That's how they got there so fast. They were already there.
Yeah, look, it literally took them about 2. I know it's close, but it took them. It takes 2 minutes to go down Linda Lane or whatever to get to Walinda.
Yeah. So, I don't know, just a little idea I had.
Can you help me out here, guys?
Nope.
How do I Schindler's List? How do I get to the
Sesame Street?
The Street View on?
How do you get to Sesame Street?
How do I? Won't you tell me how? That's for Too Fast, right there. How to get? That's one of my favorite tunes of all time.
You stole it from me again. I set myself up, and you stole it from me again.
There's an Amber Alert out on me right now. That's what it says.
I'm not surprised.
That was a weird. I don't know where it came from because I'm not on broadcast TV. I think JJ slipped it in.
I heard you were in and around another murder scene. What's that about?
Oh, the Saunders, and the guy took out his parents, and I drove down the road. How do I get to the Street View, guys? I don't remember.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what you're looking at, bud.
Queen Road Apart. Here we go. I got it. Never mind. I don't need
You got it? Okay.
I don't need you guys. Let me see. Oh, it came up over there.
You guys.
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
I'll go back on break, friend. I got more hula burgers waiting for me.
There's some delicious hula burgers downstairs. Let me get. Okay, I got it. Okay, here we go. Where are we on King Road now? Oh, it's all blurred out. Look at this, guys. Look at how it's all blurred out. JJ, I'm gonna just mute you for a moment. Not mute you, but
a good idea.
Look at this, how it's blurred out. It'll take you a second to get work to my level. Wow. Look at that business. It must have been, maybe there was some jizz on the lens or something. What the frick is going on there? My goodness. Okay, that is that Sigma Chi? Is that... I think that's Sigma Chi. I don't know. This is Taylor. Oh, okay, wait. Is that Scott Green's house? Where am I right now? I'm lost. Look at this guy. What's he doing? Okay, let's go up King Road here. Oh wait, they don't live on King Road. They live on Queen. See how they've gotten him at Grainhole? Look at that. That's wild. King is King before or after Queen? I forgot. Taylor. You guys are not. You guys like to see me struggle, don't you?
Kane, I just sent you. I'm sending you.
You just told me you didn't need us.
I didn't mean you had to walk
Which
off.
is it? Which is it, sir? Which is it, sir?
I want to be angry because of my guitar.
Hold on. Let me check your email.
I've got it. I need to figure out how to get the satellite.
Allegedly.
Who knows?
Yeah, I was going to say, don't hold your breath, Jen. Don't hold your breath.
I get it. What the frick is going on here? Okay, I can't. It's not allowing me to do all the things. It's like, it's weird. It's weird right now.
What are you trying to achieve here?
They
Maybe I
wanna
can
know
help you
my
out with that.
location. I'm just trying to get a satellite view of Queen Road so I can pull up the picture that Moscow, Idaho. There might help. That Jenn was talking about. And I said, "We'll get it here." I'm okay. Resume.
Are you on the right year? Because you might have to go back a couple years on the Queen Road residence.
Yeah, good luck with all that, right?
No, you can do that on the maps, dude. You can go to older pictures. What are you talking about?
Why do you have to yell? I just
I
sitting
have
here.
to, because this is the purge.
I just want a plum. That's all I like to do in my life.
But what
is
I'm saying
plum.
is maybe there's some trees not blocking some shit on some older pictures, right?
Can you?
know
How
what I
do
mean?
you do? How do you retro?
I have no idea.
See,
Just
you made
check
that
your
whole thing.
email. Just check your email.
I mean, I can look and tell you. I can't look at what you're doing and tell you because I haven't done that in a while.
It's confusing anyway. If you could do it, if you had the physical capability. All right, we're going to my email now.
Or the high resolution monitor.
This is the best purge that we've ever done. So I
Way
don't know why.
best purge.
I don't know why Noelle's coming up here, trying to call me out like for some other creator and trying to impress some other creator, like I know she was doing. That was kind of a mean thing to do, mean-spirited. I did not like that very much, and I was giving her the chance to apologize, but apparently that's not going to happen. And let me see.
Oh, dude, the first
Still in
Google
the
Street
chat.
View they give me is
Hasn't
October
said
of
anything. I don't know if
2007.
that was just a joke, because we joke around a lot here, but I thought that was a mean-spirited thing to say. All right, so anyway, and I thought I'd address it right here. Okay, so Jenn, this picture sucks.
I don't think the time thing's gonna work for you, bud. I just tried it.
All right, so you have a rig red circle and a pin. So
That little building, the little tiny, small little building.
you're ruining the show.
Okay, I'll go, because
No.
I got shit to do.
I'm kidding.
I'm
No,
busy.
I'm
I'm a
trying to
busy
get
day.
a street view. and
He's not a very gracious host.
I am being a
He's trying to
dick
wait
today.
till on us to throw us out
It
here
started
and
with
tell
the
us to
guitar
leave us.
guy. Jen, you missed the whole guitar guy thing. That's what it is.
Thank God. I mean, oh, damn.
I'm trying to find your building on Google Maps. Okay, so this is Queen Road.
Or like Google Earth or something, maybe?
It
I don't
is
know.
literally... Okay, so I'm all the way zoomed in.
We need Twiz to go check this building out.
I wish I had Twiz here right now. He could upgrade my computer. He could get us on Street View right now. Okay, so anyway...
I wish I had some Twizzlers right now. Those things are delicious.
The nibs, those are good.
Oh, dude, I'm just talking about the OG stuff, man. I don't know about no nibs.
You like the Red Vines? Are you a Red Vine fan or only at the movies?
First of all, I will fucking murder somebody for some red vines right now.
If JJ doesn't get... Oh, wait, there's Street View. I see it now. Images, Street View.
I love red vines. I like the original red rope style, though, not the twisties. The original OG red rope licorice style red vines. Have you had grapevines, dude? That'll change your life.
Grapevines? I've heard it through the
Grapevines.
grapevine, but I didn't...
It's red vines, but grape, dude. It'll change your life, friend.
No, you know, they have those wallaby flavors now, too, and they have lemon.
Listen.
They have blueberry, and they're very chewy. They're very delicious.
Yeah. It's a little too much chewy for me, but they are good.
I
I don't like their extra flavors, though.
Gigi, I keep clicking on this little guy, and look at how he goes away from me. Hold on, you can't see. Let me move my big fat head.
Cheese and rice.
Look, see, when
Yeah,
I go,
right.
this is where you're supposed to turn on Street View, and it's like he's avoiding me, like JJ.
Try Google Earth or something. I don't know. I'm not that fancy.
No.
I don't know how to use these things.
Okay, when I click
I
on
think
that,
the
and
gist of it.
I click on Street View over here.
You're not going to be able to go up that street anyway. It's all blocked off anyway. So you're only going to be able to, like, if you find an old video that maybe, I don't know, maybe just happens to be in the background, that's the best you're going to get. You can't go up that street anymore.
Damn it. Oh, is that right? Is that why this is blocked off?
Sí, senor.
Are you serial killer right now? Like, you
I
can't
am
go on
for
the
Syria.
whole street? Is that truth in broadcasting?
I tried to tell you that. You ain't listening, bud.
Oh, look at that. I click on Taylor, it goes right to Street View.
I even went back in time for you, and it still didn't work.
Yeah, I don't think you can
I
get it.
appreciate you going back in time for me, JJ. That means a lot.
Dude, I didn't even get in the DeLorean. I just did it, freestyle.
Little snap of the fingers.
He just used the flying
Yeah.
skateboard.
Yup.
The hover.
Speaking of
hoverboard.
flying stuff, I just discovered some notes that I left on a different tab.
Hold,
on a different
hold the
browser
horses, though, a minute, because
Well, I
a
just wanna
second
put a-
ago, I was
I
on
just wanna
King
put a pin
Road.
in for it. I just want to put a pin on it for you. When we're looking at homes, we're looking at real estate, and you're talking about flying stuff. I'd like to talk about the man who founded SpaceX, who's from just north of Moscow, Idaho, and St. Maries, Idaho, and who is a graduate of University of Idaho.
Elon Musk?
Yes, ma'am.
Really?
No, the co-founder, the actual Elon Musk is a front
I
man.
was like, he went to the University of Idaho?
No, he's a front man. It's the guy who's behind SpaceX, the quote unquote actual founder. You know what I mean? He's just the guy in the name tag. You know.
The wizard.
Mommy Ball's
He is
literally
that.
tearing her eyeballs out watching me navigate this map right now.
His name's Tom Mueller.
Bueller?
Tom Mueller.
Bueller?
Fry.
He was the number one SpaceX employee, founder, and CEO. Co-founder, I guess.
Twiz is
'cause,
getting
you know,
excited that we're doing maps, though, I'm sure of it.
He's the guy behind all the patents.
Gotcha.
Okay. This is Queen Road. This is King. I'm on King right now, guys.
So
Let
you
me
can't
put my
go up
turn
Queen.
signal on. I cannot look at it. It just zips me by Queen. Like it don't exist. Holy crap. How do you roll back the time?
It only existed for a few hours, Kane.
Alright, you know what we can do, though, guys? You know what we can do here? Everybody hold their breath together. And where's King? Where's King? I thought this was King. Is this King? That's King. Alright, let me This is embarrassing. Lucy's cracking up right now. Hold on. Okay, so let me get King. I can get on King Road? No. Yep. Okay, so let me on King Road. And okay, so what I gotta do is I'll go here. And I think I gotta turn around. Is that no? Go this way.
Try going on Taylor, and maybe you could see it from there.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to figure out where. Okay, 1122 you can't go to. Queen Road you can't go to. I don't know that you could see it. This is the direct look from Taylor, but we can't get around whatever fraternity or sorority this is here. Man, that's a bumper. Well, let's try this. Let me try something different. I'm gonna hide this for a second here. Are you still with us, JJ?
I was gonna go eat some hula burgers while you're doing this. If you don't mind.
1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho. Let's see what kind of pictures we can come up with here. There's one that's interesting. That's not gonna show us. This just
I'm
out
gonna
of
take a
frame.
5, sir. I'm gonna take a 5.
What? That's not
I'm gonna take a
approved.
quick
You're
5.
going to need to see a
Well,
manager. Oh, I
I'm
found
gonna
it,
need a
JJ. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I just found it. Look. Okay. All right. So, Jen, in about 15 seconds, you'll see exactly where I am. And so 1122 is on the left. And then I believe this is... So, okay. Somehow I always pictured a fence the whole way up the road. But the fence must start by the dumpster.
Well, what year are you in?
This is the year of the cat.
Year of the goat. All right. Well, at the bottom of that image, it should tell you the date.
All right, so you see the little building on the right?
Yes,
next to
sir.
the
Yes, ma'am. I
pole?
do. Yes, that's what I'm
Okay.
indicating right now.
Yes.
Hold on, little Miss Lucy.
Thank
here.
you for finding it.
Did you know that Lucy was a dancer? None of us would chance her because she was a samurai. Okay, look at this. Oh, Miss Lucy, I love it. Okay. There's... Wow, 1122 was blurred out there. Why do I think there's a fence? Is that a fence over there in the left-hand corner? Let's make this bigger.
I think it's next to the basement.
It must be. The Mormons are
I don't know what
coming
fence
for
you're
us.
referring to, sir.
Kind of scrolling through them real fast right now. See what I can dig up here.
Well,
Thank you, Lucy,
what
for that.
running along that pathway is that what you're talking about? Next to the apartment building?
Right to
From
the...
Taylor Avenue?
It's just out of frame in this picture, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So the one I had was better.
Is that the fence you're describing?
Here it is right
It's
here.
right-
And so you can see it on the right. And, okay, I see on the top now, Jen. Let me make this bigger.
That's what she said.
I was waiting for that. And what you noticed was that, let me see if I can make it even bigger, is that, move over, hold on, slide. Is that there's an electrical post coming out of the top of this shed.
Right.
And it's right next to the power pole there. And it looks like it has no windows, unless I'm mistaken.
It's got like a little tiny, like, I want to say like, I don't know, the size of maybe a cinder block, it looks like, window that's like up high, like it's like head level, I don't know. That I could tell. That's
it looks like, it looks like it's blocked by a child abduction, Miami-Dade County. It was coming from my phone. Got it. Okay, I forgot about my phone. Let me check.
I'm just wondering what's there. Like, what is that? Why do they need power in that building? Like,
and maybe it's a maintenance shed.
Why would they need electricity? I don't know. I just feel like I just have a hunch. This is just a hunch. I don't know any. This is not. None of this is a fact.
Something interesting of note right here is that you have the same a portion of the same wall that's across the street over here. Let me move JJ real quick. JJ went on his break.
Don't clone me, Kane.
On the left-hand side, you have that little retention wall, right, Jen? And then over here, and hold on.
Yeah.
And then on the right, it appears in front of that shed. You have the same like deal. What is that?
Well, that's
for?
because that street used to be like they raised it. That street, if you look at it from the angle from Taylor Avenue, like up the stairs, you could see it's like it looks like at least 5 feet, 6 feet upwards. Like it never used to be like that. That's why the house that the light bulb camera was at, like you see how from the back it only looks like one story, and then from the front you can see both, and from the side.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So
okay.
the back part of the first floor of that house, that's like buried basically, has windows that are now covered up that were not covered up in the past. So they raised everything. Like they just raised. Maybe it wasn't paved before. I'm not really sure, but it was not at the height that it is currently. Basically, it's a nice point.
Here's a good map from Mommy Ball, and let me move JJ again.
Don't clone me.
If I accidentally clone you, I'm sorry.
He cloned me earlier, Jen. He cloned me earlier.
I had 2 JJs going. I don't know how it happened. He couldn't hear. He couldn't see. He couldn't taste.
And he blamed it on
feel.
me. Typical.
Of course, he blamed it on you. Of course.
It was his fault. However,
allegedly. See, I wasn't here to be blamed, so you had to be blamed.
Somebody's got to take the fall. Target. Interesting. This is a nice one. Okay, so this is a good.
They call him Old Shift to Blame Kane. That's what they call him.
Where is 1122 in this picture? I'm trying to figure it out. As long as it's not clickbait. I don't think our show was clickbait at all. Do you? I think that was rude. That was quite rude. Anyway. Car cam is mirrored as it
who's
should.
Declaring this clickbait? I'll give them clickbait, dude. Have they seen the Meow report?
Do I need to pull up the Meow report?
It's a real bombshell, dude. We might have to.
Now, the advanced Meow report is out of control. It's the sensation that's sweeping the nation.
This is why Hitler's stealing everything, dude.
All right, so anyway, Jen, is there anything you want to add about the shed?
No, but we need someone to do a reconnaissance and go check it up.
Yeah, Twiz, we're recruiting you before I get there. If not, I'll do it when I get there. We only have a couple months left to go.
And then but it would make sense that that's what that antenna on top of that pole is for. That is for like some kind of radio communications for your little satellite station or campus officer station. I don't know.
Yeah, so 1122 is over here,
Jen.
And then yeah, we can't.
It's a very
really
plausible
see the
scenario you presented here for sure.
Yeah.
You see a little bit more of a piece of it right here. Let me see.
Hold on. I'm going to mute you for a second. I think I might have a better angle. Hold on.
You muted me, Jen?
I think she's cloning you, bud.
What's she doing behind the scene? I always wonder what she's doing back there.
Plotting, dude.
What is she doing back there? I always...
Mom, meatloaf! What's she doing back there?
What does she do back there? What does she do?
Thank you, Mom. But check this out for Mommy Ball while Jen does her cloning thing. 2025 states reply to defendant's objection to motion in limine. Self-observation authentication of records and reliance versus on IRE 803 parentheses 6 and 8 IRE. Okay, so occurrences of states saying they don't plan to use the following. B of A records for Bethany and Xana. Banner Bank. Okay, the Banner Bank seems to be the one that is coming up more and more because it's across the street from Jen. What you said is more than likely a hotel that doubles as student housing now, right? And she's not there. Okay, Discover.
Yeah, they needed dorms, like dormitory space, so they contracted out one of the hotels in Moscow and took it over, basically.
Yeah, and the odd thing about that is they've completed the new dorms, but there's less units available. But I guess there's also less rats at this point, which is probably a good thing. Discover financial records for KG. Early warning records. What? Elon financial records for KG. Weird. Farmers Insurance surveillance video.
Where's that?
That's a good question.
I think that's right across from the grub truck, like in that area, I believe. I'm not positive. Kane, I found an old screen recording that I took of some of the street view that, I don't know, you can kind of see it better. You want me to send it to you?
Sure, yeah, please. Just don't clone me. Idaho Central Credit Union. I'll pull up the Farmers Insurance where that is. Was surveillance video. Interesting. Not familiar with that. Let me hide this so Trish doesn't have a heart attack. Google Maps. We're back. Gotta close it there. Oh, this isn't Google Maps. This is that Reddit thing. There we go. That's it. Yeah. It takes us longer to do things on the Purge, but we're more thorough than anyone in the land.
Oh, hold on. It says it's too big to send you. Let me see how I can do this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Giggity. Paste. And
How are we looking on that Fiverr, friend?
The who what?
I'll say I'm gonna take a 5 and listen in while you go over this list. But
I'll allow it. I'll allow it at this stage.
I'm not taking for a walk. I was just gonna go take a stretch.
I hear you. No, yeah, do what you. I thought you had already left. It was cleared long ago.
Yeah, I was watching your stuff, but I'll listen in. But I'd like to go over those details relative to Tom Mueller because he happened to there's a fellow in this case who happened to grow up right next to Tom Mueller, the co-founder there of SpaceX, right?
Of what again?
SpaceX.
Oh, right.
You know the technology that operates on thanks to Lucifer Morningstar's boss, Tenley Burke. You know, the DARPA scientist, rocket engineer father of hers, the legendary rocket engineer dude. You know, they're using software today that's developed by Tenley Burke's parents, the folks who invented the interwebs there with DARPA as well. So, I don't know. It's a lot of spooky those kind of connections. I mean, you find that this Mueller guy that founded, you know, that was the guy. He's the brains behind SpaceX with all the patents, and Brett Payne and his elder brother Kyle Payne, also Special Forces, U.S. Army, grew up basically right next door, 1.3 miles away in a town of 2,000 people.
Kane, I emailed you an iCloud link because it was too big of a file to send on Gmail.
Is it for the Farmers Insurance?
No, it's just like it's just a screen recording I took of from Street View, like a long time ago before they blocked it all out. I think you could see better. I don't know. Check it out. It's only like a minute long. It's not a big deal.
What is it? Your video? It's your video?
It's a little it's a little shed. It's just a different, you could see it better. It's just a screen recording of me moving around the Street View. But it was before you could have It was before they blocked everything off, I think, but you can see a better angle from the one I sent you.
Is it a video because it's not
Yeah,
playing?
I just screen recorded as I was like doing, on my phone. Comprende?
It's just coming up as a blurred picture. Let me
Hit play. Hit play.
Well, obviously that's what I'm trying to do. It's not. There's no play. I'll show you. It's just a blurred picture, and there's nothing.
You might have to save it, possibly.
Maybe download it. Let me try that.
Yeah, I don't know your life.
Again, it's JJ's fault. So don't take any blame for this. I don't have an opportunity to download it.
Okay, well. Oh, wow.
Sorry about that. Maybe
They
Miss
get the
Potts
point. They
wants
get
to
the
try
point.
to come up again.
It's the shed. It's the shed. That little shed thing.
Okay.
Building. The little building.
I'm trying to find Farmers Insurance, and apparently there's Kelly Kimberling is it Gilder? Boy, that's a German sounding name. And then there's Farmers Insurance Matt Manderville. They're closed right now. And let's... I can't... Let me see. This is the one... Okay. Okay, we got a pin finally. Thank you. Okay, this is the one that looks like it's close to downtown. And let me click on Street View. Are you showing me it? Yeah, there it is. Okay, Farmers Insurance is right next to the Church of Christ. Literally the old movie theater or whatever. Video surveillance. It looks like the video surveillance, unless that's a camera right there, oops, would have to be inside. Interesting. If that's the building. Yeah, this is right on, it looks like, yeah, it's right on Main Street. Down on Main Street. That was for you too fast. Where did it go? There it is. Okay. Let's see, we can't zoom in there a little closer. And there's, oh, you guys can't see. I'm sorry. My bad. I was having all the fun by myself. Let's see. Okay. Video surveillance. Does anybody see a camera? I think this is some type of just dirty brick. So it would have to be an internal thing if this is the building. And then let's go back and see if we can't see the original, the other alternative. Wait, really step by steps here. Here's the second one. Farmers Insurance Matt Manderville. Pinned. And this is off Pullman Road. There we go. Aha. Aha. Okay, wait for it. Now, there's some type of electrical something over here. I don't know if that's a camera. It does appear to be a camera. Pullman Road. Is this the alleged escape route? Yeah, West Pullman Road. Is this where the same road... Is that Mr. Winky? Oh, Mr. Windshield. Okay. Kane, you suck. Alright, let's see.
Isn't Pullman Road, or whatever, Moscow Pullman, that's the same as 95? Or something like that?
Yeah, it has something like ID 8 or something like that. There's a Baker and a Blaker Road and a Candlestick Maker. When you look at it a certain way, here, I'll get out of this mode here. Let me try that. Pullman Road, Pullman Road, Pullman Road, Pullman Road, Highway 8. It's Highway 8, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay, alright, let's continue on with the mommy ball stuff. Let me hide this real quick. Trish doesn't have a heart attack. And where'd it go? Final highlighters. The following items are acknowledged by the state. Wow, she's really feeding me good today. Thank you. The following items are acknowledged by the state as not currently usable or still being obtained. Make this Okay. The following items are acknowledged. Amazon search warrant return. What? Jen. The first one.
What, read it again?
These are the following items are acknowledged by the state as not currently usable or still being obtained. We know they obtained the Amazon search warrant. It's not currently usable. Surprise!
Yeah, but you know what? The damage is already done because they already put all this shit out
Right.
there. Did you see what I posted, the trailer for some other freaking video about the Idaho4 on Prime, where Hunter and Emily are on it?
Hunter Chapin?
No, Hunter
Johnson?
and others. Maybe Chapin's on it too. Hunter Chapin's on it too.
What?
I only saw the trailer. I don't know if it's already out or.
What is it again? Is it a
go to my community page. I posted a link to the trailer for a new quote unquote documentary on Prime about the Idaho unaliving.
Right, I showed the article that it was coming out, and there's also a book.
The trailer's out. I posted the trailer if you want to play it real quick. It's like 2 minutes.
I probably don't. I'm telling you, they're riding me like a circus pony here at the Tubes of You. Anything that could possibly have music or be somebody else's.
What a shame. Where if anyone wants to see it, it's on my community post.
I'll put it on. Let me look at it. Hold on, let me get through this because the first one just swept my feet away. So items that are acknowledged by the state as not currently usable or still being obtained. Canva search warrant return. What's Canva?
That's interesting. Canva's like where you can like design your own, like, I don't know, like coffee mugs, t-shirts, merch, shit,
like Intuit or whatever.
Yeah, you can do like logos and create your own shit.
Or Indeed or whatever.
No, not like
not
those
Indeed.
at all. I don't know.
What's
you
that?
You can just create stuff. You can create like business
yeah,
cards.
you can do T-shirts and hats and
stuff.
Yeah,
like a design thing.
Chegg Incorporated. Are you familiar with that one?
No. Maybe they're designing flyers for the fights.
That's not the one that Christ Church owns, is it? Chegg Incorporated.
What is it called? Hold on, let me look. Chegg, I don't have the chat open.
2 G's. Oh, it's a login.
Chegg. What the fuck is a Chegg?
Chegg.
Oh,
Chegg,
Google Chegg, it says.
Chegg Ultimate Study Tools.
Look at number 7. It says Google Chegg.
Google Chegg?
Google Chegg. So Chegg is part of Google, I guess.
Google Chegg search warrant return. So I'll put Google Chegg.
Turquoise asked, did BK attend Christchurch? We don't know. They said News Nation came out and said that he was attending mass in jail. Again, we don't know if that's true or not, but I mean, possible, very possible that he found God before or after. We don't know.
Choose the subscription that works for you with study tools that help you learn. So you have Chegg Study Pack, Chegg Study, step-by-step breakdowns, big study breakthroughs. So this has something to do with, I can only assume, the college business here. So, okay, interesting. Let's see what else we have here. Where did the other one go? Oh, I must have... Did I click out of it? I need a drink. Where's my water? What are we at now?
Chegg Study Pack. I don't know what the hell that is. I wonder what was on Dropbox.
Is that in the list? I've lost the list now. Sorry. I can't open it anymore.
You know what I was wondering?
What's up?
Okay, like this pool party that Brian allegedly attended,
right?
That you can't find any I have one photo that like was on someone else's, nothing, no one, not the DJ guy or no one like that. It wasn't on their pages. It was just like a random person that I found, and it says adult pool party. So I wonder if that's why they don't have photos, because people were naked. I don't know.
I suspect that's all bullshit, but I suppose it could be possible.
Yeah, but what was weird is they showed a text message that Brian sent the next day to his neighbor, and it said something like, "That was an interesting experience. Thank you for the invite." Like, what does he mean by interesting experience?
Who showed this Dateline?
Yeah, or 48, one of them, or the neighbor allegedly was his text message, but who knows? I don't trust that dude.
I remain very circumspect about all these things, Jen.
Agreed. But see, the problem is, so this document is saying they're not currently usable, so they're not going to be using any of this in trial.
No.
Is that what they're saying?
Well,
Okay,
look at
so
the very last one, guys. Yik Yak search warrant return.
Yickety yak, dude.
So that's not something they're waiting for. It's something they have. They're not going to use. Yik Yak.
Well, Kane, it's clear they've signed up for the Hitler Friends and Family program of y'all can go fuck yourself, because how would that not be important?
And why are some of these things like not usable? Like bank records shouldn't be hard to get. Ooh, K Jewelers, who got married?
That's it. Thank you. That's the one that was standing out to me. The one that I've always found weird was
the most ones.
Where was it? Volleyball, thank you very much for this. This is fantastic.
Thanks everyone for joining us here at The Purge, where we like to talk about fast food, type 2 diabetes, and the occasional discussion.
All right, you forced my hand, bro. I'm going double deep now on my Snicker attack.
Brought to you by banana flavored moon pies.
Would you eat that damn moon pie already? I'm going to come up there and eat it for you.
I have
basically everything on that fucking list is. I just can't believe these people.
Yeah, how is TikTok not important?
Exactly. I just, I don't get it. I don't get it.
They made such a big deal about this Umpqua bank records too, and now that's not something they're used. Oh, this is the one that I thought was weird. The Ulta Beauty financial supply records.
Yeah.
Yeah, why would they need that in the first place? A lot of that was just bullshit, I thought, to make it look like they were doing busy work, right?
Right. But why financial records and search warrant return? Is that normal type?
Well, but this kind of works in the same capacity as making it look like busy work. Now they can just hide this Yik Yak shit amongst the list. They can hide the TikTok shit amongst the list.
Are you saying this is 20
as a parent?
This is 23 things of dick pics right here I'm looking at right now?
This is 62.5 terabytes of dick pics. They saved half of it for trial, half a terabyte.
I mean, the TikTok, we still don't know Xana and Ethan's timeline. We really don't even know Kaylee and Maddie's either, but at least we know a little more than.
That's correct.
Those are the two most important things right now.
We don't know where Dylan and Bethany were. We don't know the dynamic of the response of law enforcement.
And here's a question for you. If Xana was, they said that originally they were saying she was on TikTok at, what time was it? 4:12 or something? So why wasn't she answering anyone's text messages or calls? You know, I mean,
they changed it to 316 because Murder She Wrote, the gooch who's writing this whole narrative. If you ask me,
that's probably the real.
Oh, that's what it was. Kane, earlier in the show, you were asking me, reading that list, you were saying, I said I lost in my brain hole what I was thinking of on my walk. Yeah, you were like, who's writing this stuff? Well, it writes as a murder mystery thing, because there's there's elements of a story, of a plot line you want to make, that's enticing to folks to pay attention to. And look no further than the gooch for a murder mystery writer. She's been teaching murder mystery courses at the local library since 2012. Just saying.
In the president's house.
Don't forget the lady that was the DNA expert for the prostitution that was also an art teacher. Do you remember that lady?
Don't forget the DNA expert for the defense, who was the DNA expert for Orenthal James Simpson.
You talking about...
Don't forget you got Gray, who is also
talking about Danielle Wolf.
The grandparents of Tylee and JJ Vallow.
Did she die?
Then you also have the attorney for like the media that was for the non-dissemination order, whatever her name was. She's also damn. She's involved with someone else. She's someone else's attorney too. I can't remember who, but like there's another little oddity there too. I can't remember what the fuck it was though.
Jen, I don't know if we picked on it last week or not. But as far as the what was it? Oh, shit, I completely forgot what I was gonna say. I'm sorry. Never mind.
Dick pics.
62 terabytes.
Here's another thought from my show last night, Kane, that I briefly mentioned, and I know I've discussed this organization before, the Latell County Drug Rehab Center. That's comprised of mostly throughout its history has been comprised. The board has been comprised of
Scientologists.
Moscow PD. No, well, I mean, let's be honest, probably, but Moscow PD, something of that regard, right? Moscow PD and real estate agents, and one gay cowboy, and I previously forgot the local hospital administrator who's now retired. He's still a part of the board now. Dollinger's the new member of the board they just added, and he's currently the police chief. So that's the first active member I've seen on the board for Moscow PD. Is this Dollinger example, looking at their history, but because they do file their board stuff properly with the state, which I do appreciate when I want to analyze their history. But this retired administrator from the Pullman Hospital there, he lives on Whidbey Island. It's a very small spot out in Puget Sound. And that is where one of the individuals I discussed last night in that white nationalist group out of Hayden Lake, Sandpoint, where the victims were from near Rathdrum, that's where the shootout was, on Whidbey Island. It's also the home of O&I.
Kane, Francitich, whatever, I believe he's like on the board or something for Gritman Hospital. I don't know if that's relevant, but...
I'll look at it. But how weird is that we have, these white nationalists connected to Whidbey Island in that event in 84. We have this fellow who lives on Whidbey Island, and that's also the home of the Office of Naval Intelligence Western Operations for the Pacific.
Interesting.
Whidbey Island. It's not a big place.
Check this out, guys, from Lucy Koberger. In support of his objection, Mr. Koberger describes the size and complexity of each item for which the state requests admission with a promise certificate as follows. So the ones that are being eliminated it looks like we're on the defense's list of things they didn't think that were applicable. And look, Banner Bank Records is right here. So whatever, it looks like whatever.
Which one was that? Which one was Banner?
Banner's the bank that they're trying to say they're going to try to sequester the video because it's across the street where many think Bethany and Dylan or Bethany and Killen were at that night or the night following, which is it's a Motel 6 converted into
don't go.
Go back up.
Please.
Go back up where it said Ethan Chapin.
Yeah, he's terrible with this, Jen. Let me do this.
Let me do his mother.
Let me do the. Go
back up. Go back up real quick. I just want to read it. I'm sorry. No, it said something about the bank records for Ethan and his mother. Why would they need his mom's bank records?
Yeah, you saw that too, huh?
Okay, where do you see that? I see. I have Banner Bank.
It's like at the top of one of the pages. There you go. Number right above number 9, right there.
Number 9.
Right there, starting from the top.
Number 9.
It's number 8.
Number 8.
Number 8. Sorry, number 8. Number 8.
Number 8. The state has not provided any specifics. I'm sorry?
AV000255 contains Banner Bank records for both EC and his mother.
You can read.
No, I just was wondering why his mother's bank records are in there.
Probably a lot of money maybe that's where they transfer. I wonder what Banner Bank is, if that's like a student credit union, maybe.
I don't know. They made it seem like, Hunter Johnson made it seem like Ethan was was broke as hell and couldn't pay him back $30. But then Stacey
what an
Chapin,
offensive thing to say. What an
right?
I'm still
really
offended by that.
Then Stacey Chapin did an interview, or there was an article quoting her as saying that when they awarded Hunter Chapin the scholarship, it said that there was donations made from Maisie and also from Ethan's own bank account. I was like, why didn't Hunter donate? I don't know. It was just weird. I'm like, how do they have access? They obviously have access to his Instagram because it was public in the beginning, and now they took money out of his bank account afterwards and donated it to Stigma Chi. Like I feel like there's
right
some hovering mother parenting going on. What do they call them? Helicopter parents? I don't know.
I wonder with
well, there's something weird going on there, right? With the whole Chapin
Yeah.
situation in general, everything about it's anomalous.
Yeah. I remember I read somewhere. I don't know if anyone else
again?
remembers this, where it said something like that Stacy had his location, Ethan's location on his phone because he was not showing up to class or something like that. Anyone else remember that, or am I making up things? Does that ring a bell? Anybody?
Words.
I'm unfamiliar with that, but that I don't. That doesn't mean anything. I just don't recall.
Yeah,
that.
like she would like make sure that he was getting up in the morning and going to class, something to that effect.
I don't remember that.
She did say that he enjoyed athletics and in college, but tolerated the academic part.
And also
There you
women
go. I
of
was gonna
loose
say, he
morals.
didn't seem like a very good student. I would argue he
No.
liked to party, which I like to party.
He probably had a debit on mom's account. Here's my submission. Thank you, Mommy Bo.
Submit
for
away.
that is that they saved up for him whatever money he earned farming the tulips over the summer, and that was his spending cash.
Well, they were
Well, I
actually
get
at a.
more money
Well,
from
hold on. If I may just interject there, sir, and it's important to the conversation I had last night in these white nationalist regions.
How
They
dare
were
you.
actually working at a summer camp in Boundary County, Idaho that summer, which is the site of Ruby Ridge. That's the county where Ruby Ridge went down.
Get out. You have to get out. You're fired. Are you
You
serious?
get out of here. You get out. You get out of here.
Step into my office.
You 7 office. You're fucking fired.
7 trees
right
on your
back in a minute.
grandma's ranch. You know the old
I'll be back in
kid's
1
tale.
minute.
You know the old nursery rhyme by the sea.
I'm a fraud. Oh, that's funny stuff. Okay. Harlan Williams, man. Funny stuff. Hannah Cleary
What's
is
the ghost
one.
factor in all this? That's a great question, sir.
Yeah. I think that she also drowned
So wait-
in an inch of water.
I think she had some sort of other situations, but we can get to that in a second. If I may just real quick, we're told of these tulip tales of these fancy kids, and they're the best and the brightest, and they don't do anything wrong. But
They light up
again,
the
I'm
room.
not trying to diminish their character, but why are we not told they worked at the summer camp up there?
That
2 summers
is
in a row.
wild.
2 summers in a row. All 3 of the triplets did.
What type of summer camp is it? And where did
I'll
you
have to get
find
back
this
to you on that.
information, sir?
Well, I got a source. I'll get back to you on that. It's in Boundary County, and now again, that's where Ruby Ridge occurred. That's right up there, just to the northwest of Sandpoint and Hayden Lake, where all the other white national stuff I was talking about went down. Where Mark Furman lives, where the victims are from in Rathdrum.
Stop connecting the dots, bro. Holy shipwreck. No kidding. So I'm sorry. What type of camp is it? My question.
I believe it was a children's camp of some regard, and they were counselors there. But I'll get you all the details on that.
That's wild.
Oh, the Hills Resort you're talking about?
It's possible. I'm not going to rule it out.
Ethan? I walked away for a second.
Yeah. Oh, the triplets. Yeah, all 3 of the triplets worked at a summer camp the 2 previous summers.
Yeah, I think it's at Hills Resort on Priest Lake.
It's up there in Boundary County.
I don't know what county it is.
It's directly north of Coeur d'Alene, just northwest of Sandpoint.
Oh, I don't know where Sandpoint
Before I get to this
It's right
traffic,
by
I want to
on
go
a map.
through
I have
this
to look
some
it
more.
up. I'd have to
It's
look
right by
it up.
Rathdrum.
Ooh. Okay, so this is from the
It's
defense.
right by
Is that right,
Rathdrum,
Lucy?
where all the Nazis and where all the victims are from.
Gotcha.
These are the defendant's objections. Look at one that stands out that's not being eliminated. Corner Club video surveillance for the 12th and the 13th. These 2 files may be duplicate disclosures. The video surveillance is from 14 different cameras with multiple hours of video footage. There is no disclosure containing what sections of this discovery intends to use at trial or how this record is regularly collected and maintained record for this business. And then also Corner Club financial record receipts. So
Okay, can you pull up that receipt again? Because I was looking at it, and like that receipt looks fake AF. I know I think everything's fake.
Which one?
But-
Which one?
I don't disagree with you, Jen. I don't
Like, if you
disagree
look
with
at
you at all.
Yeah, look at the letters. I mean, like, you know, how it's typed out. Like you'll have 2 different S's where they both look different. Like, things like that. It just doesn't look legit. And plus, like, it's awful inexpensive for, it was like a lot of drink orders. I don't remember the exact number. It was like 19 vodkas or something like that. It was like the whole bill was like $30.
19 vodkas for $30.
I'm just I don't remember the
That's-
exact
yeah,
number,
that's
so
crazy, though.
don't quote me. But if you pull up the receipt, you'll see it.
Why would they not want the... Okay, so with the DeSales student records, here's your 62 terabytes of dick pics right here.
Bring it on, sir.
How did they
Bring
even
it
get
on.
that? Like, how did they even obtain that?
The state has not specified what out of this extensive and disorganized information it intends to use, how records contained in Mr. Koberger's personal school Google account are a business record kept in the ordinary course of the sales, how these privacy-protected education records are admissible in court. And so, at the same time, you have the surveillance video, no disclosure of what segments of these videos. So why would you... Oh, that's Costco. I'm sorry. Why would you be against the Corner Club one? That's interesting. Was he at the Corner Club?
How did they even obtain, like, how did they figure out that Brian was at Albertsons or whatever? Because didn't they say he wasn't using his cards? He was only using cash. So, like, how is there an electronic trail to track him?
Yeah, how is there a financial record if it's just cash?
Right, that's what I was wondering.
My theory is they were following him as of the day he was pegged as the patsy for these matters on or about November 15th.
Yeah, of course. I mean, listen, my question is assuming that what they're telling us is true.
Oh,
but,
yeah,
you know,
and I was going to say that on your point before. I assume everything they say is bullshit, and I think that's the best way to approach these things. When you say it might be fake, I'm like, well, and I'm not saying it has to be fake. I'm just saying we should all look at it with the objective lens at this point that it's probably fake because everything else is, and we should start there, right?
Right, but you got to trust them this time. I mean, come on, give me a break.
That's what I'm saying. So like they've lost all credibility at this point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and not to mention they also have a history documented of fabricating evidence, hiding evidence, and all of that. And the officers that did it before are involved in this case currently. So it's like, come on, you got to question everything.
Jen, I can help you out with that conundrum. That's just the way that's what they call in Latell County doing business. Where we do business.
Just everyday business. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean,
you know,
come on.
it seems to me that if I had a hold of these video records, I would be able to create a top to bottom timeline of who was where, what they did, and it's like they've just thrown it at her in this jumbled 52 card pickup. And they're like, here, this is what we're going to use. You know, it seems to me that you'd be like, okay, this is the important part. There's his car. There's him, you know, stepping out of his car, whatever. And, you know...
If they are giving it to her like that, do you really think that they looked through it themselves thoroughly? No. They're trying to, like, overwhelm them on purpose, I think. I think the state is trying to overwhelm the defense with all of this freaking evidence, like what's his name? What's Jay Logston? I think in one of his motions, he said something like a snow globe.
Right.
You just shake it up, like it's just all there, like all these little fucking documents floating around.
And that's the surprise. That's the surprise inside the Cracker Jack box is, oh, look, we're just going to spring this on you in court instead of giving you a chance to JJ still there?
They actually I'm guessing it was a mistake. Isn't that how Anne got her hands on some of the grand jury information? Wasn't it like in another?
It was buried inside a document they didn't know about.
I believe so, right? So I don't know if that was intentional on there. I guess not, right? I mean, why would they want to? I don't know. Who knows? I don't know why they
Am I back? Is this the purge?
Yeah, you're straight.
You're purging.
Okay, JJ, I wanted to ask you a question. Are you familiar with this Hell's Canyon? Is that something you're familiar with?
Oh, no, sir. I've never heard that before.
Apparently, Theoretical Wetwork says Hell's Canyon provides security for state
I like
assets.
That name. Theoretical Wetwork? I like the name, though.
That is a dope-ass name.
That is a dope name. They were watching the house, right? That was the security.
I hope he's not murking us. I don't host
Yes, yes, Jen. It says same security scene at detail at 11:22, according to Mr. or Mrs. Theoretical Wet Work.
JJ, did you see? I did it. I think I put it on a short. The private investigator that showed up and was led into the crime scene.
Yeah, that was January 7th, I believe,
Something
the day
like
after
that. Yeah,
Koberger
and he
showed
had
up to
he
town.
had a fugitive something on his little vest.
Yeah, I got some ideas on what all that's about. But who's the security folks we're referring to now? I'm
about to look it up.
Those guys let News Nation in the back of the house in the yard. You know that they were like the only people that were allowed access to the rear of the house.
The security, or is that you're talking about?
The News Nation, Hell's Canyon security let News Nation on the premises.
No shit.
On the back, there's a video of it.
Wait,
it's a really
no shit.
angle.
Jen, you know about Hell's Canyon?
Outfit?
I don't know anything about them.
Is this the Montana tag that you had that video on, Jen?
Well,
no,
theoretical work.
Those people
Wet work is right on page with us here. Y'all know Hex tanked in September. Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Right after the atrocity.
Richard Hart was charged. The founder and owner there of Hex was charged in a similar Ponzi scheme to Sam Bankman-Fried, but he was charged in July of 2023, and he has recently skirted those charges like the rest of them.
I think those text messages between Steve and Brad Norton, which personally I think they are real. He said something, I think it was June of 2023, possibly, and he was saying that they were going to sign papers for a loan. I just wonder what kind of loan were they doing?
I haven't dove deep into it, but there is a Goncalves was on, spelled the same way as the Steve Gonzalez family. Goncalves spelled phonetically is what I'm describing there. On the board of Hex. I've never dove any further into it, but it is interesting.
Okay, here we have Hell's Canyon Security, if I believe this is the right one. I guess Hell's Canyon is a place there, either in Oregon
Snake
or
River
Washington.
or something, I thought.
In-store items, construction security. Oh!
Wait a second.
Hell's
The Hex headquarters is located in Lewiston? Is that real? Because I know they got charged out of Miami. So is that real?
Wait, what?
It says, yes, security of Lewiston, Idaho. Help keep you and your family and business safe.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought Theoretical Wet Work was saying Hex's headquarters was in Lewiston. I was like, what the fuck's going on right now?
No, okay, so I get it. Hell's Canyon guarded the house, right? Is that what I'm gathering?
Tracking.
Okay.
Tracking. Yes. Ooh, they're in Oregon.
Right. And it says Ethan Chapin here. No, I'm just kidding. It's funny because...
Yeah, I'd like to see their Portland operation, sir. What's that say for there? What do you got there?
Let me get on that click.
Let's get up in that Portland business, if you would, please.
How do I do... Okay, so let's go to that.
They may not have anything. I'm just saying, if you see anything that's Portland related, please click on that.
Okay, so here is... Did I click Idaho? Let's try Oregon. He wants oregano. ADT. Hell's Canyon Security.
Theoretical What Works dropping some fucking comments here that sound interesting. So tell me that it's not Steve's face at the bottom of what poster? The Hexicans time value of money. I like these words. I'm not sure what they mean though.
They're good words so far. I'm digging
good words.
Let's try this here. Hexicans and the time value of money. Oh, it's a movie, I guess, or a show.
Okay, what you got?
Interesting. Here, I'll post the link for everybody to check out here. Thank you, Theoretical Wet Work, for the sharing. What a
dude!
This has got to be the best purge we've ever
some
done.
Actual wet work and blowing up my brain hole.
I think he's murking us.
Theoretical.
Is that Charlie Day?
Super time, big time work.
Let's see, we got some names here. Richard the Lionhearted.
Richard Hart, dude. That's the founder of Hex, dude, right there. Yep.
Okay, so call them
this
a
is
cult.
About Hex. All right.
Call them a cult or call them fans. These followers of the Hex Crypto from Richard Hart, real name Richard Schuler, are fanatical about their support. I am gonna have to check this out. Let's see here. So okay, so this is a doc. Because it's got Richard Hart listed in the cast. Are you familiar with these names? Donna Marie
Yeah, I think
Messler?
you said check out the poster. I think you want to check out the poster.
Who posted it?
Z poster, sir. Z poster. No. The movie poster. He said Steve G's face is on the movie poster.
I don't see a movie poster for it. Let me go back here. Let me
Stand by. I will
real quick.
search for same.
Yes, sir. Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, if he can. Well, maybe the wet work fella can provide some.
I will.
details.
I'm clicking on images right now.
I think wet work is a she. Is that what I read?
Is it a she?
Oh, well, perhaps she can. Apologize. Perhaps she can provide us some greater details.
Wet work. What is your preferred pronoun?
Hopefully not Zith Lord. Hopefully not Zith Lord.
Thee, they, and Zith. I don't see.
Yeah, I'm only finding that one poster you see on IMDb is the only poster I see. Are they saying that's Steve G in the poster?
That'd be interesting. This does not look like
That'd be
Steve
fucking
G here.
I'm not seeing a big Steve G vibe.
Wait, what does that mean? The time value of money. 1 bird in hand, 2 bird in bush. Interesting.
BK and OJ, same kinds of pee-pee.
What happened?
Peepees?
Pee-pee? You got my attention.
Pee-pee.
I know you did not put.
Oh, well, the
Brian's-
OJ case and this case are identical, Jen. I mean, from every angle, fashion, they even have the same experts involved. They have the same people involved. I'll geek out. As Kane will tell you, dude. I'll go geek out full time here. I'll go full process.
There's even a glove, you know, the glove that they found.
Yeah, and they
the meter's broken.
I don't want to do it. I'll do it.
You make this shit up.
You're getting me geared up. I'll do it. You're getting me geared up.
Gretchen
It's like me with
just killed me with that one. I love Tina. How are you? I was talking about you because Poblano's Mexican restaurant is taking over a Village Inn, Pie's place, and it's unbelievable. JJ's highly upset. Amanda Wallace, on the original pic you had up, it had a bunch of small images around the head at the bottom. Maybe they mean one of those small images. Let me go back to that.
Aha, there we go. We're getting closer to the answer.
I think this may be the guy. Let me bigot.
I wonder if they got rid of Hell's Canyon security
see
because they
that.
let News Nation on the premises.
This is wild.
Right?
Then
Who is
it
News
was
Nation?
That it was just the security from UI.
That's a good question, JJ.
Yeah, because much like Airmail, Howard Bloom's outfit operated by Yayo Bob's friend, owned by the Capital Group, that's really owned by the Washington
I found
State
Steve
Employees
G.
Pension Fund.
I found Waldo. Right here.
I mean, listen, the one thing that Howard Bloom said that ended up being true was the texting during the unalivings. So
Yeah, I'll give him credit. I don't like to give him credit, Jen. I don't like to give him credit.
Other
Jen.
things. Listen,
I don't
he
like to give him credit, Jen.
he definitely
But yeah.
fluffs and manipulated the story.
He's an inventor.
and made up
He's an
shit.
inventor of tales. That Howard Bloom.
100%. Which I wonder why he was prior to that. I mean, from what I could see, a pretty respected journalist, and he totally went left. I mean, why would you go to
work when you go to work for Yayo Bob's buddies? You start singing a different tune, I think.
Yeah. But
This
he
Graydon
literally
Carden
contradicted
fella, the
himself.
more I look into him, he's a really interesting character. Not only was he very tight with Yayo Bob, he's got his own, as they say, skeletons in the closet, if you will.
Gotcha.
This is the fellow that founded Airmail. This is the fellow that founded Airmail. This is the president of Airmail, who is employing Howard Bloom. Airmail is owned by a capital group that the Washington State Pension Fund has $1.5 billion invested into. So if you're looking for who's paying for it, there it is, and it's Yayo Bob's buddies who are getting paid.
Put this in a nice, tight little 3-year-old ball for me, JJ, and tell me what Extreme Networks is. I lost my
That's the
train of
company
thought.
Kaylee worked for in Austin.
And how are they related to this Hexicans?
I don't know. Something about them.
I don't know Extreme Networks. I don't know who that is.
We're gonna look at that in a second.
How do you just get a job in IT with no
experience, just
or
walking in?
education? Like that's not
I got some
something
suggestions.
yeah.
Cover job.
Please tell me.
It's cover
Yeah,
job.
100, that's the only answer that I can. think
Maybe
of.
she had to mouth it.
Because you don't just go from And like Steve was like, once she found out how much student loans she was gonna have to pay back, but she was like, Dad, maybe I'll do the IT stuff like you. Okay, but she still graduated, so she still had student loans.
Yeah, she was attending every event in a formal or very a pricey outfit, a new outfit every time, every day. It seems like
21.
And
she wasn't at any events in 22 that I could tell.
Which picture are we looking at here? What are we at here with Steve G here?
I thought I found his face,
looking guy,
and now did I put the link in for you guys? I apologize if I didn't.
Wait, why did Turquoise, or why did Gretchen time out Turquoise? What was Turquoise saying? I don't even know. Turquoise, what are you saying? Being a bad boy or girl? Hey Gretchen. Hey Tax Max. Hey Rochelle. Right, Rochelle. And the girl who spoke about Kaylee at the memorial said that they had taken I thought that's the test you take like at the end when you're trying to get your license through the state, like after you've done your education. So I don't understand.
I think you're correct. I think you're correct, ma'am. If I may assist you with some of this conundrum, they're all full of shit.
Please.
Yeah, they're all full of shit, Jen. You know what I mean?
100%. I agree.
All these stories they tell, right? Like all their stories are nonsense. Again, I go back to a nonsensical story of a fellow that I covered who said he claimed he met Brian Koberger in the 8th grade, and then this fellow claimed he moved away when they were 15. So sophomore year he claimed, and then he said that, he saw Koberger a year later. He said he was real bad into heroin, right? Well, this dude never went to school with Koberger. I have his yearbook photos from junior high and high school. So he's full of shit in that tale. And his father, that's what I'm saying. It seems to be the ongoing thing. And his father just happens to be the retired command sergeant major of 7th Special Forces Group out of Fort Bragg.
Gotcha.
So I think what I'm saying is, I think when we're seeing all these bullshit stories, it is seemingly it is a very well-generated, well-organized, large-scale military propaganda campaign orchestrated through elements of the media. It's not the first time, though, is it? We saw this in Iran-Contra.
It won't be the last.
Same capacity Iran-Contra involving the same characters in the same location. So I would argue it's the same thing.
Hold on.
So you familiar with the whole Ruby Ridge situation?
No.
All right. Well, it involves these guys. You've ever seen the film Lethal Weapon?
No.
Oh, that's Jen. You're missing out. That's a classic.
Maybe
it's a cinematic masterpiece. Anyway, it describes this hood rat shit operation of drug running, money laundering, and murder from this element of this comprised of numerous elements of the quote unquote intelligence agencies in this country. I would call them lack of intelligence agencies myself.
Disintelligence, unintelligence.
There you go. There you go. So, and largely revolves around the Special Forces outfit of it, the Special Forces Army outfit of it, operate out of Fort Bragg and operated through, in large part, the 20th Special Forces Group, which is a National Guard unit that is under the 7th Special Forces Command out of Fort Bragg. And these are units dispersed around America. And these are the people, you ever heard of the Mena, Arkansas drug trafficking and Iran-Contra stuff?
Nope.
You ever seen the film American Made with Tom Cruise?
Nope.
So he plays a guy by the name of Barry Seal. Barry Seal was a major one of these figures in these operations that smuggled in the Medellin cartel drugs for the Iran-Contra stuff. And Barry Seal was a member of the 20th Special Forces Group.
It's all connected.
Here's the connection,
the 20th
guys.
Puzzle.
The 20th Special Forces Group would also be involved in elements of the 20th Special Forces Group and this element of these drug traffickers out of Vietnam. They would also be involved in Ruby Ridge, and the fellow that hid out in Idaho for 35 years after a $500 million bank collapse in Australia in 1980, John Michael Hand, Green Beret Special Forces, same outfit. So when I see these teenagers working up at the summer camp in Boundary County, right near Ruby Ridge, and all the rest of this other business, I'm like, well, that's interesting.
Okay, you just remind me of something. I want to say maybe it was either Bubbly or like Kara Willis, maybe. I don't know. Somebody, forgive me if I don't remember you, did a video looking into the owner of that tulip farm. And there was like all these like military top secret intelligence, like crazy resume on his LinkedIn.
Say what?
Like,
Say what?
Like a lot of
You're gonna have to send that to me, please. I'm gonna have to look at that. That's
okay,
interesting.
I'll find it. But yeah,
You're on-
it was not the
that's-
kind of resume and job history you'd think a tulip farmer would have.
Right. Well, that's
it
the
was-
going trend around these parts, isn't it? This whole
Yeah.
secrecy and whatnot.
Guys, what was the
It's
name
spookery.
of the company Kaylee worked for again? I apologize.
Extreme Networks.
Yeah, Schindler's List.
They did a GoFundMe also for the G's, so they got multiple GoFundMes. One of them was from Extreme. The guy who owns Extreme started it for them. Brooke Miller, Jack's aunt, started another one for them. I think someone also, Jesse Frost, maybe started one for.
Yeah, I got to get back to you on
Maddie's
Brooke
mom.
Miller because you've laid out so many details, and if she's Mormon, that's going to be out of control. Let's stop that.
He definitely is. Her
unnecessary.
son went on a mission, and
That's unnecessary, Jen. They don't need to do all these things. It's unnecessary.
yeah, I don't know.
You know what I mean? Like you've already pointed out how she's coordinating these obvious Fed spook, COINTELPRO style operations of the Patriot Front.
She's posting and setting up, organizing events or
Right.
marches, riots. I don't know what you want to call them
Well,
for the Patriot Front of North Idaho.
That's what I'm saying, and that's an outfit that was 100% spook operations of the Federal Bureau of Investigations, and that Patriot Front quit the day Trump came into office. Strangely enough.
Well,
I don't know what
don't
that means,
forget,
but it means
someone did a
something.
FOIA request for only Kaylee. There's not one for anyone else. And
Well,
I feel
yeah,
like
but I think that's
tied in. I just feel like it is. I feel like it is. I can't help it.
I think it's possible. But I think the most salient characteristic of this lady is that she's doing these things, was planning this outfit of this obvious Fed outfit. She's at January 6th, and that's another one of these COINTELPRO Fed outfits there, right? And she doesn't get arrested when they're arresting grandmas who walk near the Capitol, not just folks, they weren't even on the Capitol like she was, right? So if you're going to tell me she's Mormon too, like this is a trifecta of activity. This woman is very prolific, and I'm super interested into
If
it.
you look at her Facebook, who's following her?
I did.
Sheriff office is following her public posts.
No, trust me. Once you told me that, I took some screenshots for sure.
Yeah. So
That's what I'm saying. She
like
reeks in every direction of a COINTELPRO operative.
Did I show you the picture of Kaylee and Jack and her and I guess her daughter, Jack's cousin, in front of a U-Haul?
Yeah.
And that just reminded me of all those guys that got arrested in the back of a U-Haul.
Well, sure. Well, she probably knew the local U-Haul dealer as a result of those planning activities you were describing, because that's what they did. They moved them in U-Hauls.
Yeah, I mean, it could also just be innocent. Could have been when they moved down to UI, but maybe not.
No,
it could also.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. You can't rent them U-Hauls and keep renting them U-Hauls for every of these Patriot Front events unless U-Haul agrees to it. So they're getting some sort of "you're gonna agree to it" order from the government, in my opinion, via something like a national security letter. Because I can assure you, ma'am, I'm banned from U-Haul, and I didn't do that much to achieve that ban. So they're definitely not letting you rent white nationalist vans all around America and keep doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the girl in the white coat at the grub truck is Jack D's sister. They look identical. That's just my opinion. Obviously, I don't know for a fact. And the fact that she was ignoring Kaylee, and there was a little bit of tension. I feel like even the way that Kaylee kind of pushed past Joe and Maddie walked right in between them. It was very it was like the way what you would do maybe if you don't like somebody. Like it was kind of like passive aggressive.
I'll tell you somebody I don't like, and that's Kane here. So when I first came here on the purge,
I like you, Kane. I like you.
When I first, I got a objection. I got a point of contention here, sir. When I first came here on the purge, I told him, he asked me about Mormon stuff. I was like, I don't think there's a lot of that going on. And I'm going to tell you right now, I blame you for how Mormon deep I'm in this madness. So it would not surprise me if Homegirl is deep in the Mormon business as well.
Homegirl being
I think so.
Kaylee?
Homegirl's home for Nazis without a home. Jack's saying.
Well,
when Reely listed her car for sale, right? Her Subaru, I think it was. The location on the Facebook post was in Coeur d'Alene. Why would you? Isn't that at least an hour away from Moscow? Anybody know? Anybody? So, and that's, I believe, where Jack lives, right? I know that's
it's about 90 miles or so, I think, something like that.
Yeah. So why would you list your car for sale if you're going to school still?
So halfway between Coeur d'Alene and Moscow, you'll find a town of St. Marie's. That's the hometown of the Payne boys.
Oh, really?
Kyle Payne is a major special forces group out of Fort Benning, And then you got, of course, his younger brother, Brett Payne, who was a top secret clearance holding military police unit commander. I believe he's also in the rank of major in the Army Reserve still. So his brother's active duty, but still, they're from there, and they grew up 1.3 miles away from the guy who owns all the patents for SpaceX. So when we look at all these NASA and these other, the Hadron Collider, all these kind of things, it's a lot of power and money that's evolved around these things, but there's no way the Payne boys don't know Tom Mueller. In a town of 2,000 folks, Mueller still owns the home around the corner from where the Payne boys folks still own their home. So 1.3 miles away in a town of 2,000. So,
JD, what do you think about Buddy the dog? You think it's related?
Well, I possibly, I do want to look at that report. I do want to talk about that. If I may just make this point also.
Yeah.
If you want to look at a connection, so if Tom Mueller is the guy behind SpaceX and the guy who funded Moonstone Bank, I'm sorry, not Moonstone Bank, disregard, Othram Labs is the co-founder of PayPal along with Elon Musk, a fellow by the name of something Polish name. Yeah, it was his venture capitalist fund. These are the guys behind, they call him the PayPal Mafia. It's a Polish fellow. He's the co-founder of PayPal with Musk. Thiel came in there later with CIA money, Peter Thiel, but this guy was the co-founder along with Musk and his brother, Kemble Musk. So this guy is the guy's VC fund who funded Othram Labs with Silicon Valley Bank money. That bank failed in March of 2023, second largest bank failure in America.
Interesting. I wonder if that's, the sealing of that Washington search warrant for Brian's apartment, it was only until March 1st. That's something, there has to be a reason. And I just wonder, like, all these things that happened in March, you have the sale of Verigen to a foreign company for the DNA, all the DNA databases, and that went through. It was like 7 million cash, I think.
You had Bethany Funk getting subpoenaed. You had Caden Young getting a hot shot.
Yeah, you have it's like why would law enforcement only be threatened and only until March 1st? Why would there be a threat to law enforcement?
There's obviously something going on there. I think.
Huh?
What's that?
I wanted to point out, guys, just on a sidebar, the slang tulip.
I need a delicious sidebar. Do you have one?
I don't have any chocolate ones. I got vanilla.
I'm in.
Yeah, I want one.
Tulip refers to a person who is overly sensitive and easily offended on social media. And then I'm assuming this is the one that, somebody in the chat was referring to, that is referred to as a weak or fragile person, a tulip.
I'm a bit of a tulip. Can I make a point there on Jen's statement, though, before we get into tulip business?
Please do, and then we'll go ahead and clear.
Tulip jokes I want to make at you right now, but I will refrain from doing so. I think the simplest thing to look at the whole March situation, Jen, is there was a lot of wheels in motion, and a lot of things fell out late March because what the state had planned, this date you're talking about with 1 March, what the state had planned to do was force Koberger into a plea agreement and thereby sealing everything, and there would be no needs to then, because you can get a temporary seal on stuff like that for 60 days without question. The judge will just issue that to you when you ask. Now, if it's past that, they're gonna have to ask, you got to substantiate that. However, if the person pleads guilty beforehand, it's null and void at that point.
But why would they say a threat to law enforcement?
Because it's a threat to their fucking safety and existence. I think they're not kidding.
Yeah, it's just something weird. Even like all these attorneys were going on these interviews and saying how odd and unusual it was to see that being the reason for sealing.
The whole case is right. So I think sometimes they do tell the truth. So when they said that the house may be targeted, I think what they were inferring is that is a long-standing drug distribution home for 20 years, largely inhabited by Sigma Chi, and then later turned over to Pi Beta Phi circa 2017.
Yeah, there's definitely a reason that they were needing to secure the location and have security there 24/7, and the reason they had to sell it with the agreement that gift it. They gifted it with the understanding that we're going to give it to you, but you have to knock it down. I mean, there is something like that house physically is important It's not
Well,
just, it wasn't just the people.
It's certainly possible, but to the point of the March situation, you can see when the whole March 1st plan fell out, a lot of other things fell out as a result of that, right?
True.
We also see Thompson filing the Brady Giglio filing as well at the same week as the Bethany Funk filing. The same within 3 days of each other, we get the Brady Giglio filing, we get the Bethany Funk subpoena, and we get the Caden Young hotshot. That's what I'm saying. You can see where this plan fell out, and there's the result of it right there.
Yeah, because they could have just put for the integrity of the investigation, we need to seal it. They could have just made it simple, but it was just weird to me that they came up with that broad explanation. Like,
I suspect if I was to look in the legal statutes that it's defined in legal statutes that way. If in the event of the threat to law enforcement, you can get a 60-day temporary seal, right?
Yeah,
see what I'm saying?
It's Washington, it might be different, but it was just weird to me. But you mentioned the tulip thing. Kane, you were saying the tulip thing? Was that you?
Apparently, it refers to some type of economical bubble. I'm not finding it.
It's also like a Calvinism thing. Heather had sent me something a long time ago about it. It stands for something like TULIP. I forget what it is. You got to Google it, but it's from.
It's an acronym.
It's involved with like Christ Church, Calvinism, something like that. I don't remember exactly.
Okay, well, everyone says missing Tulip Mafia.
JJ, the owner of Tulip.
Speaking of present, ma'am.
What?
I'm just being smart ass. I'm
Listen,
trying to type at the same time.
The owner of the Tulip Farm is Andrew Miller. So I wonder
does that
if
sound
he's
familiar?
related to Brooke Miller.
I was about to say who. Oh, so you're saying this is within the framework of Jack D's family, perhaps?
Maybe. I mean, Miller's obviously a common name, but maybe.
Sure, but it's worth a look, right?
Yeah.
I always wondered if the Tulip Memorial that they did, the Ethan Smile thing, I know it has Masonic symbolism built into the design of it, but I always wondered if it was insult, like you were saying with the jokes in reference to tulips, like planting tulips, ha ha. I always wondered, but it was sponsored by the Chapins, right? So
I mean, they also lied and said he was with his brother and sister at the formal event that night that never happened. So who knows? Nothing they say, I believe.
We have a lot to look into from tonight. I can't believe we're at 5 hours. I was saying.
We're just getting started here at the Purge. 5 hours. We're just getting started.
This is I mean, I feel like I just did my introduction.
This is the best show ever. This is the greatest show we've ever done here at the
Best
Purge.
show ever.
It really is. Though I'm serious.
I mean, I always have a good time at the Purge here.
I'm very welcoming to theoretical wet work. Here we go. Tulip Mania explained. Economic bubble. Tulip Mania refers to a period of intense speculation and market bubble where tulip bulbs experienced a dramatic rise. Oh,
yeah,
that happened in Holland, right? Back in the day, like the 1700s. That's how a lot of people got their fortunes.
Have you seen the film Wall Street?
Negative. I've never seen it, believe it or not.
Michael Douglas explains this in the film Wall Street of that Dutch late 17th century fallout you're describing.
Yeah, I've seen a documentary, I guess, on YouTube or something about it.
There you go.
They're saying that JJ says it's the best show every time now.
Well, that's because I quote you. That's a Kane quote, technically. I have to attribute that properly.
This has been... I'm very impressed with the wet work person here. Represent hex in coded
I like the idea of wet work,
then
dude.
Tulips and hex are connected by economic trends.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I like it.
Very informative.
Shit, but a lot of this shit is, right?
Where have you been all my life, theoretical wet work? That must be one of your viewers that migrated over, JJ.
First of I've seen it, but I appreciate their input and appreciate the time.
Yeah. Appreciate you being here. Pamela Smith, I've just joined for about an hour, but this is the best Purge she's ever seen. I could listen for hours. You guys are awesome together. We fight a lot backstage. You wouldn't believe, like Jenn. What was the first thing I told you today, Jenn?
Don't yell at you.
And that you were grumpy.
I wasn't. You're assuming tone of voice via text, which is not fair.
I can assume.
No, you know what happens when you assume? You make an ass out of you and you.
I guess I'm the only one to blame here. Me and my high resolution monitor. Little slut. Angel D, thank you for being here. I've got
Angel D.
Googly.
You.
All right, guys. I think we'll wrap it up there. We've made our point, I think. And JJ, thanks for appearing back on camera. Thank you for being here tonight, man. What an incredible show.
I always enjoy the purge. I look forward to the fast food talk every time, and then of course the occasional Idaho4 discussion.
Occasionally, twice a week. Now, I guess we're going to get you down to one.
We peppered in there. You know.
I got to figure out a way to get you on 2 days a week. Now, I'm going to have to talk to the McDonald's people about getting you Hurlburger sponsorship.
Well, we can enter into some negotiations. When's the next time we're taking our Abbott and Costello Idaho?
It's always a mystery, JJ. I never reveal my sources.
Well, I had a good time with you. Where were we at? Dago's? I saw Dago's co-host in here earlier.
Yeah, Jesse was in here. He's in Thailand. I don't know what the time difference is. I'm assuming it's probably a...
I would like to get his follow-up and ideas and feedback on the conversation we had with him. He seemed like he was taking it a lot, and I could see that he's a man that uses his brain hole, so I would like to see what he's got there.
Definitely. All right, let's wrap it up. I'm going to rage quit. Say goodnight, Jen.
You better wrap up some
Good night,
Hurlburger
Jen.
stuff up here.
Oh, they're on the way, sir. They're in the mail.
Great purging, Jen. Kane,
thank you, everybody. Have a great Friday.
Hurlburgers.
And it's Friday the 13th, so be careful.